Department of Energy, who's responsible for ETS. That's one thing. And prior to that, he's also worked on the climate and energy, foreign cooperation, and also he's one of the team that hosts the COP26 during the climate conference in 2021. So that's my first speaker. The second one, Mr. John Doerr, the late water specialist and lead advisor from Mekong, Australia partnership here, they're here. And he's worked across Asia for the cooperation among the different countries. And you might have already have some bilateral cooperation with him, perhaps. He's also working on the alliance with industry and civil society, very interesting. He will share very interesting stuff and insight as well. Then we come back to Asia. We have here the Japan government, 2 representatives from Japan government to share. Very interesting for the Japan system, might be a bit advanced to more focus on and support on the emission reduction. We will have Mr. Nobuyoshi Wagabayashi Nobu-san. He's a director of Environmental Economy Office from Economy Office and the counselor of this Green Transition Promotion Office of the Cabinet Secretariat. We know that the political will is very important, and he's the one who's drive that political will. And then he's also working on the achieving of the net zero target of Japan and be in the team of the Green Transition League and Emission Trading System of Japan as well. That's my third speaker. The last one, I am very glad that we have the gender balance here. So I will have Miss Eriko Seki. She's a Deputy Director from a Green Transition Finance Promotion Office at the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, or we call for short METI. You can call that she's from METI. And prior to that, she worked with the collaboration among many countries. She's also the environmental engineer from the University of Tokyo. So let's welcome all of my speakers here, please. The music is quite exciting, nah? And I thought that I would like to ask you to stand up a bit. This is the afternoon. Please stand up. This is like kind of the ice breaking. Stand up and move a little bit. If you're not moving, maybe you are the polar bear who's afraid of the ice breaking. You don't want to break the ice, right? So you already stand up. Oh, I see some polar bears there. Doesn't matter. Please sit down. Okay. And we will hear the interesting stuff from my first speaker, Eric. Would you like to share the UK emission system and some inside experience that how to design ETS? We have a very many countries in ASEAN that already decided to embark on this journey. Some are in consideration, some are preparing. Please share us what you have and what have you been doing to adjust, please?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name's Eric Hesketh. I work in the United Kingdom Energy, Security and Net Zero Department. I'm very happy to be here to speak about our experience. Just to summarize what I'm going to cover in my presentation briefly today, so I'm going to give you just a brief overview of what the UK emissions trading scheme is. I'm then going to start to talk about how we approached setting up the scheme, the choices we had, talk about how we engaged stakeholders on the scheme, then talk about how we set the scope, the cap, and allocated allowances on the scheme, then also talk about the importance of emissions monitoring, reporting and verification, compliance, and then finally talk about how we implemented the scheme, and then looking at evaluating, improving, continuous improvement, longer term for the scheme as well. So firstly, I'm just going to give you an introduction to the UK ETS. So the UK ETS was launched on the 1st of January 2021 to replace our participation in the EU ETS. So the scheme is relatively new. It's just under 3 years old. But the UK has had a long history working on emissions trading. So back in 2002, we launched a pilot voluntary ETS that was a forerunner for the EU ETS. So we've had 20 years working on emissions trading. And as with any other ETS, the UK ETS is a cap and trade scheme where a maximum level of emissions is set for those sectors covered under the scheme. And scheme participants must surrender 1 UK allowance per tonne of carbon dioxide equivalent. And just to summarize a few key features of the scheme, so it covers 25% of UK emissions. The sectors covered are power, energy, intensive industry, for example, cement, steel, paper, and glass. And it also covers some aviation, so flights within the UK domestically, and also flights from the UK to the European Union and a few other European countries. And in terms of gases covered, that's mainly carbon dioxide, but we also cover nitrous oxide and PFCs from certain industrial processes. A couple of things just to flag that in 2019, we set out our 2050 net zero target in the UK, and the UK ETS is one of our key climate policy tools to achieve that goal. And earlier this summer, we did launch and announce a series of policy reforms to improve the UK ETS, including aligning our cap with our net zero target and also committing to expanding the scope of the scheme as well. So just to take a step back, when the UK was leaving the EU, we had to look at which carbon pricing approach we should take moving forward. And as many countries in the region are considering, the main two options we had were an emissions trading scheme or a carbon tax. The advantages of an ETS were that we would have certainty on the level of emissions reduced under that cap, though we wouldn't necessarily have certainty on what the carbon price would be. Whereas, with a carbon tax, there'll be certainty on the price. We wouldn't necessarily know, the level of emissions that would be reduced. So a couple of factors in terms of us proposing a UK ETS was that certainty on emissions reduction to support our emissions reduction targets, but also continuity for participants, as many companies were already covered under the EU ETS before we moved to the scheme. So a couple of points I'll just mention here before I move on the slides. The UK ETS is our main compliance carbon pricing instrument in the UK, but we also have a carbon tax, the carbon price support rate, which applies to power generators in Great Britain. So that's England, Scotland, and Wales. So this is something just for power generators, and it was introduced in 2013 when we were under the EU ETS. So ETS is our main mechanism, but we do have the blend of the two. And another thing just to mention is that the ETS is just one climate policy tool. There's a lot of other tools we work together with that to deliver the emissions reductions we need. So we proposed to launch a UK ETS, but before we did so, we launched a stakeholder consultation in 2019 to ask stakeholders across government, business, civil society for their feedback on our proposals. And the majority of stakeholders consulted supported our proposal for a UK ETS. And we think stakeholder engagement is really, really vital to make sure that we can factor in the views, the challenges, the impacts that stakeholders across the UK are facing, and make sure that informs how we approach and try and mitigate those challenges and concerns. And it also helps improve our evidence base and our policy making. It helps us consider evidence that here in government we may not have considered when setting out our proposals. And both of those elements help ensure that the approach we do take is driving the emission reductions that we want to see through implementing the scheme. So when we set the scope of the UK ETS, we set it with the same sectors and gases that were covered under the EU ETS to ensure a smooth transition for participants under the scheme. So just as a reminder, that was power, energy-intensive industry, and some aviation in terms of sectors, and carbon dioxide, plus nitrous oxide, and PFCs in certain industrial sectors. From the outset, we proposed that it would, in the longer term, expand the scope of the scheme, and that's what we've now committed to. So by 2026, the UK ETS will be expanded to cover the domestic maritime sector, and by 2028, it will be expanded to cover waste as well. Now, in theory, the broadest range of gases and sectors covered in the scheme would be the most effective way forward to support decarbonisation in your countries. But in practice, some sectors are harder to measure and track emissions than others. So when you're considering your own approaches in your own countries, if you are looking to set up an ETS, you can follow the phased approach that we've taken in the UK ETS, potentially considering just starting with one sector, like the power sector, and then expanding in due course once the scheme is established. So I've spoken about scope, and I'll just touch upon cap now. So as I mentioned before, the cap is that maximum level of emissions that covered sectors are allowed to emit under the scheme. The cap decreases over time, meaning a decreased amount of allowances available in future, and that decreased availability of allowances provides a price signal to participants to decarbonise. So one key point to raise here is that it's important that the cap level is set in a way that's consistent with your emissions reduction, your net zero targets, to make sure that it drives the decarbonisation you need at the desired pace to meet those targets. And just a couple of sort of points from UK experiences. So when we first set up the scheme, we had ambition from the outset, so we made sure our initial cap was 5% lower than our notional share of the EU ETS cap. And from next year onwards, we're also aligning our cap with our net zero target to make sure it's consistent with that. So once the cap is set, allowances are divided up from that cap and then distributed to participants. And as mentioned, participants need to surrender 1 allowance per tonne of CO2 equivalent that they emit. Governments can choose whether to give away allowances for free or to auction them. So in the UK ETS, we do give away some allowances for free to energy-intensive industry who may be at risk of carbon leakage. But the main route that we allocate allowances is through auctioning. And participants can also trade allowances between themselves or with traders on the secondary market as well. And we think auctioning is really important because the benefits include ensuring that those companies who are regulated pay for their emissions, that they're given an incentive to decarbonise early, and that there's also a revenue stream that's produced that governments can then use for supporting decarbonisation or other public services. To guarantee the environmental effectiveness of the scheme, it's absolutely vital that the participants under the scheme do monitor and report their emissions accurately, and that they do surrender allowances that match what they've emitted over that year. So companies in the power sector and in the industrial sector need to provide a greenhouse gas emissions permit, and aircraft operators need to provide an emissions monitoring plan. And over one scheme year, they need to measure, report their emissions, and then have that report verified by a third-party verifier. In addition to that, we've got penalties for non-compliance to make sure that companies either pay the carbon price, decarbonise, because there's no incentive for them to get that penalty. All of our allowance transactions are tracked in a central registry, and we also have safeguards to mitigate against the potential of fraud and financial manipulation as well. So once we'd set up the design of the scheme, we then needed to implement it, and we required legislation to set the rules and the scope of the scheme. So the high-level rules and framing for how the scheme is set up was in primary legislation through both our Climate Change Act and our Finance Act, and the more specific rules on how it should operate are set out in secondary legislation. One thing to flag from the UK perspective is that the UK ETS is governed by the UK ETS Authority, which is made up of the UK government and also our devolved administrations in Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. So certain powers in the UK are devolved to those devolved administrations in each of those countries, and climate change policy is one of them. So there is a team that in the team that I work in the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, which develops the policy on how our UK ETS is developed, but any decisions that are made are collectively agreed between the UK government and those devolved administrations. And once we launch the scheme, it's important to make sure that it is delivering as it's intended, that we do evaluate and review it, that we do look to improve it and see how best it can support our decarbonisation goals, and also that we do update the scheme to reflect any changed domestic circumstances. So one example of trying to review and evaluate the scheme is that we've launched an independent review of the UK ETS this year, which will last for 3 years. So as I mentioned, the scheme is quite new. We don't necessarily know the impacts yet, but we're getting that independent reviewer to look at the scheme and see what impact it has had. And in parallel, we consulted stakeholders last year in terms of potential changes we could make to the scheme. And as I touched upon my first slide, we've announced a series of reforms to the scheme, including aligning our scheme cap with our net zero target, expanding the scope to domestic maritime and waste, and also setting out our intention to include greenhouse gas removals to the scheme in future. So, as a summary, covered the UK ETS, covered the carbon pricing approaches, and then covered the different areas that we considered when setting up the scheme. And I'll be very happy to answer questions after everyone's given their presentations.
Thank you. Wow, quite impressive how they design and implement and adjust evaluation and also do the assessment, projection towards the net zero emission. Very impressive. And now, before you can ask questions, you can keep your question first. And then I'll have the last 15 minutes for you to ask the question. So now I'm bombarding you with the Australian system, the ETS. You may want to know how's the Australia people adjust or design the system. I have John.
Yep.
Are you ready? You kind of like playing games or what?
I am.
Please.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is John. I'm based at the embassy here in Bangkok. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I didn't have time to fly in one of our absolute super emission reduction experts from Australia, but I'll do my best. Just give me a moment. What have I done here? Okay. Thank you. So, the Australian emissions reduction and carbon pricing community is also keen to learn with the rest of ASEAN. It's a tricky business for all of us. In the next few minutes, I'll make some points about the policy of the federal Labor government. So I'm not going to go through all the states and territories, of course. Secondly, I'll look at legislation in brief. Third, the institutional framework in brief. Key schemes, I'm only going to look at two, the Australian Carbon Credit Unit Scheme and the Safeguard Mechanism. And then finally, just a couple of sort of current issues that are really sort of exercising us at the moment. So a quick word on Australia's politics. Many have judged that Australia's progress at national level has been too slow. The internal politics about climate change and carbon pricing have been really tough, I've got to say. However, don't forget we are a federation, and most of our states and territory governments have been moving more quickly. And we have many very proactive business and community leaders who've also been making great progress in taking real climate action. Now, recent history, before we get into anything else, recent history is that the Albanese government was elected in May 2022. They campaigned very hard on a platform to step up Government of Australia's action to address climate change, and they've done so. They came into government with a well-developed policy platform spelled out as something called Powering Australia, published in 2021. And then they got to work very quickly in getting it into action. So this was a difference. They were ready to come into government, and they put a lot of work into a policy platform. And as I'll show you in a minute, they've really got stuck into it. So basic principles that perhaps every country is looking at. Yes, we're looking at technology. Yes, looking at efficiency. Yes, looking at electrification, a big thing for us. And of course, the decarbonisation. Now, what's the best way to do this? Let's see. There's a big little map there. You don't have to study it. If you like, you can just close your eyes and I'll walk you through walk you through 2022. So, as I say, Powering Australia provided the policy scaffolding, if you like, that the government has then used to negotiate with the other parties, especially the Greens and the Independents, in order to advance the agenda. But they've been quite successful in those negotiations. I mean, we know that a policy document before you're elected, that's yours. But once you come into power, you've got to negotiate. So that's what they used, and they've stuck with it pretty well. So the establishment of a new ministry was announced almost immediately. Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. The ministry, if you like. So we call them departments, but the ministry for implementing policy. Minister Bowen has Climate Change and Energy, and Minister Plibersek has Environment and Water. So bang, they did that straight away. For me, that's a joy, because I sort of work in all those topic areas across Asia. So having them in the same ministry, finally, was actually very, very helpful. At the embassies, we'd already sort of put those topics together in our bilateral and regional partnerships. Next, so in June 2022, 1 month later, Australia updated our NDCs, committing to reduce GHG emissions to 43% below 2005 levels by 2030. Now, we see the 43% as a floor, not a ceiling, okay? So we're going for it. In July, we hosted the Sydney Energy Forum with very active engagement from the PM and Minister Bowen, welcoming guests from ASEAN, Europe, USA, etc., which the new agenda was shared sort of internationally. In September, we legislated the emission reduction targets, including net zero. So we've passed policy, we've passed saying we're going to do it, we then have put it into law. In October, again, it was a pretty busy year. In October, the new federal government delivered its first budget, and thus far it's allocated about $42 billion for climate and energy spending. In November, we appointed the new ambassador for climate change, Kristen Tilley, and we went to the COP27 with a lot more enthusiasm. In December, we summarised our progress in the annual climate change statement tabled in both houses of the Parliament, and the slide on the right shows a few more of the 2022 achievements, including restoring and empowering the Independent Climate Change Authority and accelerating Australia's RE transition, committing to an 82% national renewable electricity target by 2030. So 2023 has been just as busy. So I hope you're getting the idea that it's been a pretty interesting 18 months. Okay, where shall we go? So let's go straight to legislation. So, before we do, basically, things didn't start 18 months ago. Let me not say that. As I said, states, territories, feds have been trying in different ways. So rooftop solar is a big part of our mix. I'm sure that'll advance really quickly in ASEAN once a few little incentives are put in place. EVs, along with Thailand and others, we're sort of just getting moving. We've been really slow on EVs, but you can, a guy I work with is taking long service leave in a couple of weeks and driving his EV sort of from Melbourne to Perth. So, you know, we're sort of getting, and you can go from Perth up to the north. So we're getting coverage. And hydrogen's also a big deal for us. We're sort of in quite significant deals with Korea, Germany, Japan, etc. So I just put a slide here about Victoria just to make the point that we are a federation, as some of the guests in the room today are. So even though the feds have just caught up, states like Victoria have already still got even higher targets and higher speed targets. So it's, you know, I mean, I'm interested in the devolved administrations. You know, we also are a product of our history, but the ACT, New South Wales, Western Australia, Victoria have been really pushing along, and it made it a lot easier for the government the new government when they came in at the federal level. Okay, so legislation, we could all have long lists of legislation. Just skip. But the two in red, I just draw to your attention. So this is the Climate Change Act, passed in September last year. And then the second one, the Safeguard Mechanism Amendment, passed on 30th of March this year. I'll sort of touch upon those. Okay, institutions, I mentioned this thing DCCEEW that we call DQ. DQ rolls off the tongue a little easier. The Climate Change Authority, I've also mentioned it and said that it was sort of restored and empowered. And very important along the way is the Clean Energy Regulator. If I wanted to be a regulator, this would be the sort of organisation I'd like to work for. They've got a really interesting set of responsibilities and a lot of scrutiny. So they are in charge of regulating a whole set of different schemes. The greenhouse energy reporting, we've sort of, I'll come to the Renewable Energy Target Scheme, which is more for electricity, these ACCUs and the Safeguard Mechanism. Okay, so that's the overview, if you call it that, of institutions and legislation. I just want to touch upon two of these schemes because I think they're, you know, what we may have to offer of some interest to the room. So, what did you call them? The UKAs? Okay, well, we have the ACCUs. Okay, one ACCU is generated for every tonne of carbon dioxide, tonnes of CO2 emitted, calculated to have been avoided or removed from the atmosphere. We have to have a unit. We have to have a unit that we can trust. So we also have a national greenhouse gas inventory. We actually think that that's quite good, and I'll come to that. And we've worked on that with other friends, including Thailand, to sort of look at, you know, as they also started looking at a greenhouse emissions inventory system. All right, so there's that one. So you've got to be able to measure things, haven't you? I mean, we can't be in this game if we're not able to measure what we're talking about. So yes, you know, we sort of have our measurements and we produce those, but that's not what this topic. That's not what this meeting's about. The ACCU scheme. So the scheme has three key elements: crediting, purchasing, and safeguarding emissions reductions. Okay, and there's, you know, quarterly reporting, and you can hunt through this sort of material. So the thing is, you can have the whiz-bang tech, but you've got to have the comfort in the integrity of the system. Okay, so I'm not going to start walking through every box on that, but I'm just saying that every citizen, it's a very, very political issue, every citizen can sort of look at this information and use it in their lobbying. Now, the Safeguard Mechanism, it's the government policy for reducing emissions at Australia's largest facilities, non-electricity. It commenced in 2016, and it is a pretty well-established framework. It covers about 215 facilities that are all emitting more than 100,000 tonnes, and in total they contribute about 28% of our emissions. To date, baselines have not been set in a way that has driven emissions reductions. We set them, but we set them too high. And, people were able to say, oh yeah, we're going well, when in fact, we were not. So, the safeguards mechanism is now being adjusted to reduce the baselines gradually, as per my colleague from the UK, gradually and predictably on a pathway to net zero. Baselines for all new facilities will be based on international best practice. Baselines for existing and new facilities will decline by about 5% each year to 2029, 30, etc., etc., etc. I mean, I could go on. I'll just finish. Just to note that the ACCU and the safeguard mechanisms, there's been different things happening over the last 6 or 7 years, but we now think we've got them in pretty good shape and are optimistic that moving forward we're going to see quite substantial reductions. So I missed a graph there somewhere, but that's the way it goes. All right, last slide. So significant recent events and current issues. Undeniably, the election of the Albanese government in 2022 was a significant event for us in terms of emissions reduction. We have since seen a significant increase in the ambition of Australia's climate action agenda, the passing of the Climate Change Act, that was very significant for us. Now, an independent review of the Australian carbon credit units. This has also been very significant for us because there was question mark raised. How good are they? So we did put a top team onto that. And thankfully, from my perspective, the panel concluded that the scheme arrangements are essentially sound, but they did make a few suggestions here and there, and the new government has accepted all those suggestions. It's just more transparency, more reporting, take one job away from the regulator and give it to one of the others, just so that not too much power was sitting in your department or yours. So we've just done a little bit of tweaking. The review of the safeguard mechanism has been another very important effort of the last year. And then just looking ahead, at the moment we're in the process of developing an Australian carbon exchange that will make the trading of the ACCUs simpler, supporting rapidly increasing demand from the corporate sector. It will help foster growth in our carbon markets when the ACCU credits from approved scheme projects can be traded among individuals and businesses and not just, purchased by the government. Okay, the last thing that I just put there, in terms of interesting things happening with legislation right at the moment is there's another bill going up, the Climate Change Amendment Duty of Care. It's quite interesting. It's basically the Greens and the Independents have said, all right, we want some legislation also that requires decision makers to consider the well-being of current and future children when making certain decisions that are likely to contribute to climate change, including decisions that will increase scope 1, 2 or 3 emissions. So it's been a really interesting 18 months. I think we've made some very good progress and I hope it continues. Thank you.
Thank you. It's quite dynamic still, lots of mechanisms still going on in Australia. So I'd like to move to Japan experience. Please, Nobu-san, tell us what the green transition mechanism.
Okay. So thank you for your introductions, Kun Suimo-san. And good afternoon, distinguished guests and all participants. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand and TGO and relevant organizations to host this valuable and informative conference. And I'm very honored to make a presentation on the title of the pro-growth carbon pricing concept That is a little bit unique, but I believe that this idea is very helpful for the policymakers in ASEAN countries where the carbon pricing policy will be introduced in the near future. So the time is limited. Please take a look at this slide. This slide shows that the global trend for the green transformations. Many countries and regions have committed to carbon neutrality, and with reaching more than 90% of the world GDP and evolving in the 154 countries. So in this context, there is a worldwide investment race among the government in order to achieve the GHG reduction while ensuring the industrial competitiveness through the economic growth. For instance, United States has allocated approximately $369 billion in the government support for the climate action over 10 years under the very famous Inflation Reduction Act. And similarly, EU has pledged approximately €1 trillion investment for 10 years with the public and private partnership. So under this situation, to stay competitive, Japanese government introduced the pro-growth carbon pricing concept. And this concept has 4 pillars. The first one is that upfront investment. So the government urges and promotes private companies to invest in order to reduce the GHG emissions by announcing the carbon pricing policy will be introduced in the near future. And to support the private companies to invest in GX field, such as conducting the R&D activity or the implementation of the decarbonized technology and so on. Anyway, so 20 trillion yen government budget will be allocated to this field for 10 years. And second pillar is a transition bond. So, the government budget, 20 trillion Japanese yen government budget, is financed through the issuance of the transition bond. We call it the Japan Climate Transition Bond. And this is the first transition bond issued by the government in the world. And third one is that the introduction of the carbon pricing policy. So the debt, this transition bond will be repaid through the revenue from the two carbon pricing mechanism. One carbon pricing mechanism is built in the emission trading system called the GX League. So an auction will be conducted in the power generation sector starting in the 2033. And another mechanism is that GX surcharge. This is in this GX surcharge, fossil fuel importers will be charged levy when they try to import the fossil fuels from the 2028. So this is a mechanism of the carbon pricing. And the third one is promotion of the transition finance. And my colleague, Ms. Eriko, will make a presentation on this point later. So anyway, so we expect the total amount of the investment from public and private sector will exceed more than 150 trillion Japanese yen. And 60 trillion yen is expected to allocated to the fields such as introduction of the renewable energy, or the R&D on the nuclear energy, or the hydrogen, and any other sectors. And 80 trillion yen will be allocated to the energy saving, or the fuel switching, or the next generation automobile, and so on. So today I will not go further into the specific measures, but take one example, that is hydrogen. So it is relatively easy for the power generation sector to decarbonize because there is existing technologies available, such as the renewable technology or the nuclear technology. However, to satisfy the heat demand, such as the high-emitting industries, such as the steel industry or chemical industry, that is much more challenging because hydrogen has a significantly higher cost now. So we are now planning to taking the measures to bridge the price gap between the fossil fuels and hydrogen generated from the renewable energy by utilizing this 20 trillion Japanese government budget. Okay, so this slide shows how we introduce the new carbon pricing policy. So there is, for instance, there is an existing burden in energy sector. For example, that is a feed-in tariff system for renewable energy, in which the energy consumers are charged based on their energy consumption. But in Japan, it is said that the burden of the carbon pricing, the burden of the renewable energy feed-in tariff is set to be peaked out around 2032, and because the purchase price of the renewable energy under the feed-in tariff system is now decreasing dramatically. So, and there is also the existing burden at the importation stage, that is the petroleum and the coal tax. But the revenue from this existing tax is also decreasing dramatically because of the progress of the GX initiative. So we try to introduce the new carbon pricing as the existing energy burden decreases. So the rate will start very small, very low, but it is going up towards 2050. And this kind of the mechanism, we believe that it creates the motivation for the private companies to invest as early as possible because they want to escape the burden of the new carbon pricing. Okay. So let me introduce our emission trading system, that is GX ETS. As I mentioned earlier, an auction will be conducted in power generation sector and from 2033. But we have just begun much more comprehensive emission trading system that we call it the GX League. So the participation of the GX League is bluntly. However, 568 private companies have already joined this initiative, and the coverage of the GX League exceeds more than 40% of the Japan's CO2 emissions. So if you take a look at these example members of the GX League, you can see the Japanese leading industries, such as the automobile industry, and you can see the high-emitting industries, such as the steel industry or chemical industries or oil refinery. Okay, so this is the detail of the GX ETS. So the period from 2023 to 2025, we place it as a pilot phase before we start the full-scale operation of the GX ETS. So in this phase one, participant private company is required to set the reduction goal both for the 2025 and 2030. And they are also required to set the total amount of the emission from the 2023 to 2025. And this is the target of the emission trading. So only the domestic emission is tradable, but in GXD, the participating companies is required to set both the scope 1 reduction and scope 2 reduction. And the participating company is required to purchase the emission allowance if they fall short of the self-setting goal. So in this GXD, the level of goal and the participation of the GXD is both the voluntary, but we are now trying to manage this system, and the progress of the achievement of the reduction and the level of the self-setting goal will be made public through the transparent mechanism that we call the GX dashboard, where the capital market can assess for each private company's climate action through this dashboard. So, I believe that this transparency aims to motivate the private companies to set much more the ambitious goal. And we are now trying to manage our. We are now trying to improve our GX ETS system. So as I mentioned earlier, full-scale operation of the emission trading system will start from the 2026 with encouraging the wider participation and enforcing the discipline. So now the participation and goal setting is both voluntary, but we are now considering to take the measures to ensure the participation of the more companies. Or we are now trying to manage the level of the self-setting goal by requiring the third-party certification of the reduction based on the government guidelines. Okay, and this is the last page of my presentation. So a new market for the emission allowance in GX League is now being established. So the Tokyo Stock Exchange opened a carbon credit market on October 11th, starting with the baseline credit called J credit, like the Australian AUCC, right? And this is a credit generated from the domestic reduction. And we are now trying to include some joint credit mechanism, JCM credit. That is a bilateral credit under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement Corporation. So this will help create a mechanism to publicly disclose Japan's carbon pricing in the near future. So this is my presentation.
Thank you, Nobu-san. ขอบคุณนะคะ Thank you. It's a very good example of a private partnership, and seems like a lot of funding is needed to push the carbon reduction. Now we've got the last person, very interesting. Eriko-san will tell us more on the finance transition. That's one of the very good mechanisms that Japan is using right now. Please, Eriko-san.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Eriko Seki from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. My office is called the GX Finance Promotion Office. So this word GX has come up in Mr. Wakabayashi's presentation a lot, but it stands for Green Transformation. So why we read the X as transformation, don't ask me, I don't know as well. But what we're trying to say here is that we need to change and transform our whole economy and industry as soon as possible to make sure that we can stay on track with our goals of the Paris Agreement. And this is going to require a societal kind of all hands on deck approach. And that's why we have coined this term, the green transformation. And we have teams located under our Prime Minister to lead this effort. And that's why there are various new offices which are opening in the ministries like mine right now. So that's the preface to my presentation. And I would like to add on with Japan's efforts on what we've been doing in the field of finance, especially regarding transition finance. So I'll start off with explaining how it's relevant in this seminar and with the context of its relevance with Asia. And then I'll explain a little bit about how transition finance is right now, followed with efforts that Japan has taken to promote this concept. So the first slide explains how something that I think we all recognize is that we all have one common goal of reducing carbon emissions and make sure that we can keep on track with our goals of the Paris Agreement. But then we all have various different circumstances, geological circumstances, economical circumstances, and we need to make sure we take that into account so that we can get feasible but ambitious transition plans to achieving this carbon neutrality. So comparing with our, maybe Europe, more thinking about continental Europe, so maybe not exactly our UK colleagues, but there's a lot of renewable energy sources. There's a grid connectivity, especially for the continent. And so that's really different in circumstances when you compare it to the island nations or the Asians, nations in the ASEAN region, where you can see that there's an uneven distribution of renewable energy. But we can't it's not very hard to transfer the surplus of potential across areas because the land is not connected. And for also another point would be that coal power generation has grown over the past few decades, but so therefore there are many new coal plants compared to the more depreciated plants in developed countries. So we all need to make sure we need to take these factors into account when we're talking about the decarbonization of ASEAN countries, because we can't just simply say that we're going to transition all at once to a renewable energy-centered society. We need to make sure that we, of course, introduce these renewables as much as possible, but there are other constraints that we need to take into account. And that is, I think, where this transition finance would be relevant. So the transition finance is, I know that this table is hard to see because of me, so I'll try to kind of bow down here so you guys can have a better look. But, so there are many different types of bonds and loans issued to finance these efforts for this green transition. So for example, green bonds and loans, I think our Thai colleagues mentioned at the very beginning of their, or during their panel discussion, is financing for climate solutions, including climate change, but also for other water quality and other types of finance. And then there's also the sustainability bonds and loans, which encompass maybe a more wider framework. And then there's the sustainability linked bonds and loans that also our Thai colleagues mentioned, which is financing which changes varying on the achievement of the KPIs that are set. And then there's the transition bonds and transition loans. So these are very close to green bonds and loans, but we feel that the scope is a little bit bigger in that they're financing to realize the transition plans that are in line with the Paris Agreement. So the proceeds may include projects that are traditionally financed through green bonds and loans, so introducing energy efficiency, introducing renewables. Those things are also covered within transition finance, but it can also include a little bit of a wider range than the traditional use of proceeds for green bonds. For example, R&D for decarbonization of fuels and the production processes that are still carbon intensive, such as steel making, which require carbon to take the oxygen out of the ferrites. So that is why we feel that this transition finance, in addition to the conventional ways of financing, decarbonization projects is very important because, for example, I think we had the mention of hard-to-abate industries a lot in the previous presentations. For example, in Japan, about 30% of our emissions are derived from the hard-to-abate material manufacturing industries, such as steel, cement, paper, pulp, chemicals. And then the majority of those emissions from such sectors are from heat. So for example, when you're making paper, when you're trying to dry all the new paper, that's where the heat is needed. And that kind of emission is still relying on coal and other fossil fuels. So by decarbonizing those processes, research and development, innovative technologies that realize that are key to making sure that this whole of economy transition is realized. And that is where this transition finance can help out. So what has Japan been doing? So one thing is that we've been leading the global discussions on this issue. So at the very top here is the G7 Leaders Summit communique from the meeting that was held in May in Japan. So one part of the very long communique reads that transition finance, in line with 1.5 temperature degrees, has a significant role of advancing the decarbonization of the economy as a whole. And this is actually language that is also seen in the G20 discussions from last year, especially being led in the finance track. So we've been leading global discussions on this and making sure that everyone's on the same page on recognizing the importance of having this finance allocated to the industries that need it. And then so domestically, what have we done? The first thing that we did is that we collaborated with the relative authorities. So I'm from the Ministry of Economy. We oversee the industry and energy sector, but we don't oversee the finance sector, and we don't really have traditional experience with dealing with environment issues. So we got together with the Financial Services Authority and the Ministry of Environment to formulate the basic guidelines for transition finance, which are in line with the private sector guidelines to make sure that it's more comprehensible for our domestic financial institutions and also corporates that are looking into this sort of financing. So another thing that we did is that we formulated different roadmaps, which are sector specific. We have 8 sectors, and actually a little bit more right now. So we have iron, steel, chemical sector, electricity, gas, oil, and gas and oil, cement, paper and pulp, and automobiles. We also have one for aviation and one for shipping. And this covers more than 80% of the emissions of Japan. We've also certified model projects from these various industries where different corporates issue transition bonds or get transition loans, and we certify them as leading examples so that other corporates can, from the same field, can look to those examples and see how they were able to get accrue that financing for decarbonization efforts. And then one of the most recent things that we've done is issuing a follow-up guidance for communication between corporates and financial institutions after the issuance of transition finance to make sure everyone can be more confident and in saying that we're making efforts to be on track to decarbonizing our work. So such efforts have worked out. So we have surpassed 1 trillion Japanese yen worth of transition finance being issued. So that's broken down into different sectors. So you can see that there's a various, it's coming out from various different sectors. And then looking on the graph here on this side, we can see the sum of green and sustainability-linked bonds and loans and transition bonds and loans. And you can see that it's the very, very small, thin blue ones that are, so it's increasing, but we can see that it's still not enough. And recognizing that there's a large amount of finance needed, I think the IEA reported that there's like 400 trillion US dollars needed by 2030 for realizing, make sure we're on this track. So we want to make sure that we can utilize more of course, government, but also private capital, and making sure that those funds are going into the industries that need it right now, because climate change can't wait, and we need everyone to be putting their hands on deck right at this moment. And that carbon pricing is one effective tool in making sure that the signals are there for corporates to make their decisions. But for example, when you're trying to make your child do homework, saying like, oh, if you don't do it by dinner, I'm going to be mad, is not good enough. You need to make sure that, oh, maybe if you start within 5 minutes, I'll give you a piece of chocolate, right? So you need to make sure we incentivize the corporates with a carrot and stick approach. And the stick approach would be the carbon pricing, but the carrot is this transition finance. So one of the most recent efforts the Japanese government has been doing to further enhance our transition finance is the issuance of our new government bonds that was mentioned in the previous presentation. So we've named them the Japan Climate Transition Bonds for this issuance. We will be issuing 1.6 trillion yen of this transition bond within this fiscal year. And we have been in communication with the ICMA, which issues the Green Bond Principles and the Climate Transition Finance Handbooks, which are globally recognized guidelines regarding this type of finance. And we have also been communicating with second-party opinion providers to make sure that they can certify the credibility of our new government bonds. So we are right now at the final stage of formulating the framework. So what projects we will be using the proceeds of this GX Japan Climate Transition Bond. The framework should be out pretty soon. I think we can say that within this month, we should be able to present with you the details of what we have in mind for this GX bond. And then by issuing this 1.6 trillion this fiscal year and then 20 trillion yen over the course of 10 years, we hope to signal the private financial sector to make more investments in the fields that we will be issuing finance to, so that we can bring in a total of 150 trillion yen of private and public investment needed to achieve this green transformation in Japan. So that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Erego-san is very kind to not just show us the stick, but the carrot. I know everyone wants carrot too, not just stick. Yeah, that's very generous of Japan government. Now, I have a very limited time, maybe 5 minutes only for the Q&A, I guess. So, okay. Some hands already up, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, speakers, for your very informative presentations. I have a question for Nobuyoshi-san. Basically, I have two questions, sorry. The first question is about the GX ETS. You mentioned several times that it is a voluntary ETS. So my basic question is, if it's voluntary, what are the incentives for the companies to join the ETS? My second question is, as far as I know, that Tokyo Metropolitan has ETS since 2010, I guess, and then Saitama also has ETS since 2010, probably. So my basic question is, as Japan has already a pretty good experience on ETS, and I believe Japan also has very good availability to data, like entity level JGG inventory data should not be a concern. So at this point, what is the consideration that the Japanese government has of not introducing a mandatory nationwide ETS? Thank you so much.
Okay, first incentive for voluntary and the decision not to take as a mandatory.
Okay, thanks so much for your question. So in the first point, I would like to introduce Japan's success history of the achieved reduction under the voluntary action plan. So in 2013, it was 10 years ago, Japanese economic organizations such as Steel Industry Federation or the Chemical Industry Associations have established the voluntary action plan with a sector-specific emission reduction target for the fiscal year 2020. And if you take a look at the consequences of this voluntary action plan, So approximately the 80% of the 40 sectors, such as the high-emitting manufacturing sector or the energy sector, achieved their reduction target for the year 2020. So that this experience suggests that Japanese companies and organizations, once they have committed, whether the system is voluntary or not, they surely achieve their commitment because the Japanese company fear their reputation risks. So that when they fail to meet the commitment. So this is this is one of the reasons why we choose this voluntary scheme. And in case of Japan, the key is how to encourage the Japanese company to set ambitious reduction goal. This is our main point I would like to make. So Japan's system that emphasizes the transparencies and includes a GX dashboard. So the information will be disclosed through this transparent dashboard. So when companies publicly disclose their self-setting target on this platform, they are more likely to be evaluated by the capital market and encouraging them to set much more ambitious goal. This is our system. So that is my answer to your question. Yeah.
Thank you. Very good. This is a very Japanese style, but the ASEAN countries also can, do the same way, promote the commitment of the private sectors, and try to support them like financially, technically as well. Any more question? Please, Myanmar delegation.
Thank you, all the panelists, and very brainstorming issues received from you. I have 5 questions, but according to the time, I will select only 2 questions. First questions will go to the Australia. So I noticed that your climate change act has been adopted after the Singapore. And my question is, may I know the effectiveness of your climate change act? And second questions will go to Japan. So you have mentioned, you especially highlight on the transition finance. So may I know the future plan of your JCM as there is transition process of CDM to SDM due to the Paris Agreement Article 654. And is there any disadvantages of transition financial system late in Asia? Thank you.
Thank you. So first question would go to John, the Climate Change Act.
Yes, thanks for the question. Given that it was only passed in 2022, it's probably too early to say how effective it will be, but I think if that was the question. But 2 things. One is it basically includes everything that the government had on its platform when it was elected. And before it was passed, the government, I said we're a federation, the Prime Minister was able to bring together all the states and territories and get agreement from all of the different premiers and discussed with them, what he was proposing to sort of put forward in the legislation. So there was quite a lot of support by the time it went to the House. So the challenge was negotiating with the main opposition party, and they didn't have to negotiate with them because they went with the independents and the Greens. So we hope that it is effective. It has all of the pieces that have been well discussed, and it's been well passed and is widely supported by almost all of industry, almost all consumer groups, and all the states and territories. So, thank you.
Thank you. And the second question to Erica-san.
I'm not sure if I understood your question correctly. I think it's the relevance of JCM projects and how transition finance can maybe help with that. So I believe that JCM projects are taking place in various countries within the ASEAN region, and I think that's contributing to the formation of different credits that can be used for the carbon credit scheme, for example, that we're launching as well. And I think that that is one thing that can be done, is done effectively in the scheme nowadays. And also, and transition finance can be applied to a wide variety of different projects as long as we can see that the projects are a part of a strategy that is in line with the Paris Agreement. So I would say that credit projects that could be generating for JCM can be relevant with projects that can be financed through labeled or non-labeled transition finance. I think that it might be a wider scope of projects that could be eligible for different types of finance to be raised. And so I think that's there. And then for the entities that would actually be giving the finance, I think we can look into different government or MDB assistance, but also if we look at the private sector initiatives, there's the Asia Transition Finance Study Group, in which many financial institutions from Thailand, Vietnam, and other ASEAN countries are joining in line with also the World Bank and the other observers of different governments. And there are many discussions going on there on how this private sector initiative can encourage more decarbonization projects and finance projects in this region. So I think looking forward in discussions on that area as well will also be a Kickstarter for incentivizing various projects that could realize decarbonization in your country. So I hope that's an answer to your question.
Okay, so I think time is up. So this is just the start, and these are the resources person that you can also contact and connected with. I think you'll be very happy to have like bilateral discussion with the ASEAN countries and else to develop the more projects or activities together. So I'd like to thank all speakers. This is a wonderful and very informative session. So let's continue our journey together. Thank you.
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you very much ขอบคุณคุณสุวิมลด้วยนะคะ Thank you very much once again for the moderator of this section คุณสุวิมลนะคะ I love the polar bear as well ค่ะ So I would like to say that thank you for the panelists of this section that they all sharing their insight, their experience, their best practices from each country to every one of us. So now we know that how to design the right carbon pricing tools. That is like the briefing to lead to the next section. So the next section we are going to talk about the role of carbon pricing instrument, including the mechanisms, standards and guidelines. And the moderator of this section is Ms. Charis Yevkailian, the Southeast Asia Regional Lead for green finance and carbon pricing mechanism for the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office based out of the British High Commission in Singapore. She has the role to both in designing and implementing strategies that utilize the UK's toolkit of programming, policy dialogues and partnerships in order to mobilize financing into the most impactful and credible green projects in Southeast Asia. So, are you ready? Okay, a big round of applause to welcome Ms. Charis.
I don't hear, oh, there you go. Good afternoon, everyone, and if I may practice my Thai, Sawadee ka. My name is Charis Yep. As mentioned, I'm the regional lead for carbon pricing mechanisms and green finance, based in Singapore, but I represent the UK government, so that's the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. Usually when I do panels like this, I tend to start with an interactive element just to make sure none of you are feeling a little bit too tired from lunch. And usually I'd ask the question, how many of you have heard of carbon pricing? but I think every single one of you in this room has heard of carbon pricing, so that might not work. So I'm going to go for something different instead. Noodles or rice? What do you prefer? If you like noodles, raise your hand. Yeah, me too. If you like rice, raise your hand. Yeah, me too. Who doesn't like both, right? We're Southeast Asians. We're bound to like them both. Okay, enough of me. I would read out the CVs of this excellent panel that we have here, but I think it's better if I just ask them to come on stage to join me. Before I do that, though, I'm not going to go too far into why carbon pricing is important, because being the third panel of the day, I think you've already heard enough of that. So instead, I'm going to use this opportunity to just thank the organizers, especially TGO and Monray here in Thailand, for the opportunity to support this event. Also, just to re-emphasize that the UK is very keen to support any initiatives that you have in your countries across Southeast Asia to support your carbon pricing activities. And to maybe highlight that tomorrow we're organizing a side event on Net Zero and Climate Change Act, so please do join that tomorrow at 1:30 to 3 p.m. at Nana Room on the 4th floor. And you'll get to meet with our UK experts who've flown in from London. Now, besides that, let me maybe introduce my 4 panelists here today. We'll have Mr. Abdul Rahman Osman and Mr. Hazim Baha from the Brunei Climate Change Secretariat. We'll have Dr. Putipar Rotkitikun. Ooh, that was really good. From the Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization. And we'll have Dang Xuan Tai from the Climate Change Department of Vietnam. Could you please give them a round of applause to welcome them on stage, please? So let's kick off with the team from Brunei, maybe. I'll do an introduction here. Here we have Abdul Rahman Osman, or better known as Bob. Bob is a Special Duties Officer, and he's part of the carbon pricing team at the Brunei Climate Change Secretariat under the Prime Minister's Office from Brunei. He has more than 10 years of experience in managing projects in oil and gas industries and is well versed in the technical foundations of, I'm sure, many, many parts of climate change. Welcome, Bob. Would you like to kick it off for the Brunei team?
Yeah, thank you very much, Charis. We're really delighted to be here. And thank you for the sponsors, co-sponsors, inviting us as a panel speaker. Perhaps I'll pass this to my colleague Hazim.
Hazim first?
Yeah,
okay.
Hazim.
Hazim, I'll do you an introduction as well.
Yeah.
Hazim is the research officer, also based with the Brunei Climate Change Secretariat. He is a committed geoscientist whose career has been shaped by strong dedication to addressing climate change. Hazim.
All right, so okay. So without further ado, let's proceed with our presentation for this afternoon. Hi. I'll start off with a little bit of information regarding Brunei Darussalam climate change targets. So Brunei submitted the NDC in 2020, where it is aimed for a reduction of GHG emissions by 20% by 2030 relative to BAU levels. And in the same year, Brunei National Climate Change Policy, BNCCP, was introduced to help the nation meet its target of 20% GHG reduction by 2030. So there are 10 key strategies in the BNCCP. First is to reduce industrial emission, increasing carbon sink through forest cover. Third is increased share of electric vehicles. Four, increased total share of renewable energy. Fifth is power management. Strategy 6 talks about carbon pricing. 7 is waste management. 8, adaptation and resilience, carbon pricing and inventory, and last but not least, awareness and education. So move to the next slide. So at COP26, Brunei also expressed the intention to move towards net zero by 2050. So to realize this ambition, Brunei's energy sector plays an important role in a successful journey towards net zero. This is because it accounts for about 94% of the country's GHG emissions. Hence, it is critical that Brunei's energy sector decarbonizes by 2050 through energy transition. So here's a simplified visualization of the energy sector in Brunei, consisting of the upstream and downstream of oil and gas sector, power utilities, as well as the transport sector. Next. So in order to curb the emissions from the energy sector, Department of Energy, Prime Minister's Office, Brunei, set up a few strategies, such as to reduce and mitigate combustion emission through energy efficiency. There are several strategies there. To avoid emission is number 2. To avoid emission from fuel combustion power and utilities emissions, such as through the deployment of large-scale solar and importing RE through cross-border power trade. And last but not least is to increase carbon sink. So now I guess I'll pass the floor to my colleague for the next part of our presentation.
All right. I'll just press
the green one. This one.
Green one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Hazim. So I'm, as mentioned by Charis, I'm from carbon team, looking after carbon pricing for Brunei. In the moment, I'll be honest, we haven't actually ready in terms of how we would want to establish carbon pricing for Brunei. In fact, coming Thursday, there will be a Brunei National Climate Change Council that we will be attending, and for that, we will be proposing a roadmap for Brunei moving forward. So this will include, first, we'll be looking at the continue identifying and assessing on what kind of carbon pricing that we would want to go for. And we have quite a vague idea that we would want to focus on voluntary carbon pricing first before going towards mandatory carbon pricing. So that's the strategy that we are looking at in Brunei at the moment. And once that's done, then we will also be looking at the carbon order or carbon act for Brunei and establishing our carbon framework for Brunei, and looking at I mentioned the last one, which is the mandatory. We have actually done several studies. IMF actually has helped us on assessing what kind of carbon pricing mechanism that could be used for Brunei. One is the carbon tax, or either or the ETS, or fee-based and subsidy reform, or the combination of each. Brunei is quite unique because we are quite heavily subsidized in terms of our fuel still. So it doesn't really make sense. Maybe there's a discussion, extensive discussion between my colleagues and Charis when they were in Singapore, that you could not introduce carbon tax while you still have subsidy in Brunei. So there's quite a distinguished discussion requires to be done in the later stage. ASEAN Center for Energy recommends Brunei to actually explore carbon tax. However, that is yet to be looked at again by our carbon team, and hence that it will be looked at, it will be part of the roadmap. In the moment, so I mentioned about the voluntary carbon market. So in terms of our nature base, we're quite advanced. I mean, in Brunei context, advanced means, we have actually prepared co-developed national guidance, but we are yet to have a national registry for us to actually explore what kind of joint credit mechanism. So I believe this is why we're here. To actually request support. I believe there's quite a few examples that we could use for our standards. For example, either we're going to use gold standards, Vera, or even the Japanese has their own J credits. So I believe this will be part of our assessment during our assessment for establishing our credits. I believe that's for Brunei context. Thank you very much, Cheris.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob and Hazim, for sharing that. I think it's quite challenging, the road ahead, but we're keen to support you through that as well. Why don't we move on next to Dr. Putipar? This CV is incredible. I think we should be honored that she's here on the panel with us. She really has extensive experience, not only as an environmental scientist, but since 2008 she's been with the TGO, and she's been working through all of it. So through the UNFCCC's frameworks, through all the negotiations, through Thailand's PMR, so the Partnership for Market Readiness, Kyoto Protocol delegation. She was involved in the CDM. I could go on, and I have 2 pages worth of it. But I think I'd rather let you speak for yourself and your experience, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Charis. Thank you for the introduction. Today, I would like to share with you the information about our domestic crediting mechanism named TWER, Thailand Voluntary Emission Reduction Program. First of all, I would like to mention about relevant policy in Thailand. The first one is the Carbon Credit Management Guideline and Mechanism, which have already approved by National Committee on Climate Change Policy. And also there are 2 regulations that announced by TGO. The first one is about TWER project, and the second one is about the trade of carbon credit. On this slide, you will see the 2 purposes of international use and domestic use of carbon credit. For the international use, it depends on the approval of the cabinet for the collaboration between Thailand and partner country. But for the domestic use, the project developer can develop the project and request for registration with TGO. But for the international use, they need to get the approval for issue of letter of authorization before request for registration with TGO. The next slide, I would like to mention about domestic crediting mechanism named TWER, as I mentioned. TGO launched TWER since 2014. TWER is a domestic crediting mechanism. We aim to promote cooperation of all relevant sectors in greenhouse gas emission reduction. TGO responsible to define criteria, project methodology, project development process, registration, and credit issuance. TGO is an administrator of the program. The project registration and credit issuance will be considered by our subcommittee on greenhouse gas mitigation project and activity, and after that it will be approved by the board of TGO. The objective of TWER are to promote domestic voluntary greenhouse gas mitigation in Thailand and promote carbon market in Thailand, and we would like to encourage all stakeholders to cope with climate change. For the next slide, I don't need to mention about carbon credit because I believe that all of you know very well about definition of carbon credit. I would like to mention briefly about the type of project that eligible for TWER, including renewable energy, energy efficiency, transportation, waste management, agriculture, and forestry and green space. For the principle in calculation of greenhouse gas emission reduction is similar to other crediting mechanisms. We calculate baseline emission and project emission. The difference between baseline emission and project emission is greenhouse gas emission reduction from the project. For TWER credit reliability, TWER frameworks is in correspondence with the ISO 14064 Part 2, which is project-based mechanism. For monitoring and verification framework of greenhouse gas emission corresponding with the ISO 14063. For validation and verification body for TWER project, we need third party to validate and verify the project. The VVB is an independent auditor accredited by the same executive board or has been accredited by accreditation body follow ISO 14065. As I mentioned earlier, that TWER has launched since 2014, but last year in 2022, TGO enhanced our standard to generate high-quality carbon credit we call premium TWER. For premium TWER, we require additional demonstration to ensure high-quality carbon credit. The first one, the project needs to be additional to BAU. The second one, the baseline is below BAU. If we compare between standard and premium tier. For standard tier, the baseline is BAU. For premium tier, it's below BAU. And for premium tier, the project developer need to organize stakeholder consultation, and they have to assess the negative impact of the project and try to do no net harm. They have to respond to the negative impact and try to reduce the negative impact of the project. And for forestry sector, they have to ensure the permanence of the carbon credit. The next slide, I would like to mention about the demonstration of additionality. Project participants shall demonstrate that project activity is additional to BAU. Announcement of the Board of Directors of TGO regarding criteria for demonstration of additionality under premium tier mentioned that any project that intend to be developed as a premium tier project shall be additional to what is required by law. This is the first step. They have to demonstrate that is regulatory surplus. After that, they have to check that project apply technology under positive list or not. If no, after that, they have to analyze common practice. For large-scale project, they have to conduct barrier and investment analysis. For small-scale project, they have to conduct barrier or investment analysis. They can choose barrier or investment. This one will show the additionality of the project. On the bottom of on the right-hand side, it shows the positive technology or positive list, including green hydrogen energy, energy from tidal, offshore wind, geothermal energy, BECCS, concentrating solar power, CCU, and CCS. The next one is baseline of emission. As I mentioned, for standard tier, baseline emission is BAU. For premium tier, is below BAU. The most conservative scenario shall be selected as a baseline scenario and shall be below BAU, as I mentioned. For local stakeholder consultation, project participants shall conduct a local stakeholder consultation, including informing the local stakeholder about the project details, calling for comments and input, participation in relevant problem solving, and having mutual agreement. And project developer need to prepare meeting report and then submit to TGO. For the next issue is about SD and safeguard. An activity that can be registered as premium tier project shall contribute to at least 2 SDG goals besides Goal 13, climate action. To the detail of contribution of the proposed project activity on each goal shall be described with supporting evidence. For safeguard, the project need to check that the project is required by law to do the EIA or not. If yes, they have to prepare EIA, and after get the approval, they have to submit EIA to TGO. But if not required by law, they still also need to assess the negative impact of the project and propose approach to mitigate negative impact and submit report to TGO as well. For non-permanent risk, if the project type is mitigation, absorption, and removal of greenhouse gases from forestry and agricultural sector, the project need to conduct non-permanent risk report and submit to TGO. This slide shows TWO registration and credit issuance process. If you similar with CDM or other type of crediting mechanism, it's similar with that scheme. First, project developer need to submit modality of communication to TGO or MOC to demonstrate that their intention to develop greenhouse gas emission reduction project. After that, they have to organize local stakeholder consultation and prepare project design document. And after that, prepare SD and safeguard assessment report and submit to TGO. TGO will make the draft document publicly available on the website. At the same time, the project developer need to submit the document to validation and verification body to validate the project. After that, they have to request for its registration with TGO. After the project get registration, they have to monitor greenhouse gas emission reduction and prepare the monitoring report and hire VVB again to verify the greenhouse gas emission reduction, and after that requesting for issuance. For T-word methodology, right now there are 56 methodology for standard T-word and 14 methodology for premium T-word. The project developer can choose from our website which one that suit with their activity and then choose methodology to calculate the greenhouse gas emission reduction and also check the parameter that they have to monitor. For validation and verification body, VVB is a juristic person who has adequate competence in validation and verification and is registered with TGO. As I mentioned, VVB is a juristic person that accredited by CDMEB or accredited by accreditation body according to ISO 14065. Right now, there are 10 organizations that have already registered as a VVB with TGO, including university and also companies. You can see from our website the list of VVB. The next slide is the statistic of T-word project. Right now, there are 371 projects that have already registered with TGO, and 155 have already issued a carbon credit. The total amount of carbon credit is 16.9 million ton carbon dioxide equivalent. You can see from the graph that most of the projects are renewable energy and energy efficiency. For premium T-word, we haven't had the project registered as premium T-word yet, but right now there are 16 projects that have already submitted modality of communication to show their intention to develop premium T-word with TGO. 7 projects are forestry projects, and 5 are CCS, and there are also some agriculture projects, biogas and biomass. This one shows overview of Thailand carbon market structure. In the left-hand side, on the left-hand side, you will see the traditional approach of carbon credit selling and buying, which is OTC or over the counter. The seller and buyer can agree directly between them to sell and buy the carbon credit. But recently, TGO, in collaboration with the Federation of Thai Industry, we established FTIX or trading platform to make it more transparent and convenient for the project seller and buyer. The payment can pay by linkage with the bank system. There are 3 banks that link with the FTIX, including SCB, Kung Thai, and Exim Bank. This slide shows the statistic on carbon trading. Right now, the carbon price is about 79.71 baht per ton carbon dioxide equivalent. You can see the price of the carbon credit by type of project and the related price. The price is quite vary from 0.5 USD dollar per ton to 56 US dollar per ton. It depends on many factors, including co-benefit of the project, type of the project, and also the volume that they sell and buy the credit. And this slide shows the statistic on carbon credit trading via FTIX or trading platform. The total volume is 867 ton carbon dioxide equivalent. It's not that much because our trading platform has just launched early of this year. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Patipa. That was really, really detailed. I'm sure there are many questions from the crowd about all the technicalities behind the decisions that you've made there and the challenges maybe when you're implementing those. Okay, before we go there, we'll have our last presentation for this panel from Thai. Thai is working with the Climate Change Department of Vietnam, and he's currently focused on the development of the domestic carbon market in Vietnam, with a particular emphasis on the National Crediting Program and the ETS. Prior to the Vietnamese government, he's worked extensively in international consulting across the US, Spain, and China, and mostly across all things climate-friendly operational transformation projects. So Thai, why don't you take it away?
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Thai, as in Thailand, but I'm actually from Vietnam. So I just want to give a quick overview of the development of our carbon market. So first, I would like to go over the commitments that Vietnam has made in terms of responding to climate change. And then I'm going to talk about the updated NDC with more ambitious goals that we have toward climate change. And then also, I'm going to talk about the policy framework that we're having in order to support a domestic carbon market. And then I'm going to go over the Vietnam carbon market, which has 3 different components. And then lastly, what we still have to work on in order to officially launch an effective domestic carbon market. So going back to the beginning, so we have always been a big advocate of fighting climate change. COP26 was a pivotal year for us in terms of our commitment. The Prime Minister attended COP26 and mentioned two elements, which are leveraging the domestic capabilities and also leveraging the international support in order to achieve net zero by 2050. So with that momentum, in 2022, we updated our NDC with a lot more ambitious goals. So in terms of the unconditional target, we are aiming for hitting 15.8% reduction compared to BAU in 2030, which is up from 9% in the previous NDC version. And then similar to that, for conditional target, we are aiming to reduce about 43.5%. Up from 27% from the previous NDC. So just a quick overview of the policy framework that we have enacted and also drafting in order to support the launching of the domestic carbon market. On the top, what you see are the overarching resolutions and laws, which is the highest level of the legislation. So you see resolution 55 on energy development, the 24 on the responding to climate change, and then 50 on the implement the resolution for climate change. And then also we have the law on environment protection, disaster prevention, and then below that are the actual decrease and also more actionable strategies at the national level in order to respond to climate change. So particularly related to the carbon market development, in the environment law of 2020, Article 139, we officially talking about organization and the development of carbon market, when we're making sure that the domestic market's going to cover the exchange of GHG allowances and carbon credits. Which can be obtained from domestic or international mechanisms. So this is a brief overview of the components of the Vietnam carbon markets. So first, we already have the existing international crediting mechanisms, and then we are planning to have a national crediting program, and then the emission trading scheme. So basically, the main goal here is that to launch a domestic market at a low cost and in a way that we can make it fair to everyone involved and also improve the competitiveness of our private sector. So just a quick overview of the existing international crediting mechanisms that are already going on in Vietnam. We have CDM. We are ranked 4th in terms of the number of registered CDM projects. We have about 254 projects and also 11 programs across many different areas, leading are the associated gas and hydro. We also have JCM with about 14 registered projects, with a potential to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 15,996 tons of CO2. Besides the JCM and CDM, we also have gold standard, VCS, REC. And then basically the main idea is that we all have a lot of potential in terms of implementing GHG emission reduction activities, as well as participating in any international carbon market. So with that in mind, we took the first steps in terms of launching the domestic carbon market. So in 2022, the government enacted Decision 01, which is basically the GHG inventory. So we scope in about 2,000 different entities, and then these will be the first entities will be considered for the carbon market. And some of the criteria that we have to include these entities are making sure these are the ones have annual emission greater than 3,000 tons of CO2 equivalents. And then some of the sectors that are involved are thermal power plant, industrial factories, and then also some transportation enterprises, and commercial buildings, and also waste treatment facilities. So this is one of the very first steps toward having a domestic carbon market. So national crediting program, this is still in pilot, not in pilot, sorry. This is a plan, and then we are planning to have it to be launched in pilot in 2024. For the national crediting program, we are aiming to have 3 different components. The first one is that emission reduction, first track emission reduction are going to be certified domestically, and then can be sold to an emitter in Vietnam, and then subject to a domestic CPI. And then track number 2, which is emission reduction certified bilaterally under Article 6.2, and then so within a bilateral agreement between Vietnam and another country. So I think in the morning, I think another colleague had mentioned that Vietnam has signed an MOU with Singapore, and then also with South Korea exploring the 6.2 option. And then for track number 3, we are talking about Article 6.4. So emission reduction going to be certified under Article 6.4 mechanism, and then going to be sold to an international buyer. So for the pilot phase, the targeted sector going to be waste management. And then also for our emission trading system, we are planning to launch this in a pilot phase in 2026 and have it fully operational in 2028. So for the pilot phase, the scope of the ETS is going to be on 3 different sectors: thermal power, cement, and then steel. Also, for the pilot phase, the total amount of greenhouse gases can be emitted each year going to decrease over time. This is similar to a lot of other incumbent ETS system that you have seen. So making sure that the goal here is to reduce the total amount of allowances over time. And then the allocation method that we are planning to choose is the free allocation method through grandfathering, and it will be distributed freely at the beginning. And then we are planning to allow for up to 10% of credits to be used in the ETS system to offset the allowances. So this is just a brief roadmap of what we have in mind for our NCP and ETS. So for NCP from 2021 to 2023, which is this year, we are doing our preparation phase, focusing on some methodology development, MRV guideline. And then in 2024, hopefully we can launch it in pilot with the waste sector, and then hopefully later on we can link with some other international mechanisms and then open it up for more sectors. And for the emission trading system, similarly, we're still in the preparation phase until 2025. Right now, there's still a lot of work going on with cap setting and all the different features of an ETS. And then when it's launched in pilot in 2026, the three sectors, we're going to focus on thermal power, cement, and steel. And then after that, in 2028, when we hope that we're going to have a fully operational ETS, we're going to have more and more sectors that are going to be allowed to be traded in this system. So way forward, so right now we are, there are 4 different areas in terms of what are we needing to do in order to make this happen. We need to really look into our the policy framework and making sure that we have enough political support and legislation support to have this system launched. And also we continue working on our R&D, and then capacity building and raising awareness with the public is another item that we need to do before this going to happen. And finally, the international cooperation is also, of course, always welcome for us to continue down this road. I think the main theme here for this event, for us to come here just to update in terms of our progress toward the domestic carbon market, and hopefully that we can work together and then share more knowledge, and then hopefully we can learn more from each other. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Tai. That was really impressive. I think walking through the clear plan, a roadmap ahead, what you intend to do, when you intend to do it, that's really impressive. And thank you to all the speakers as well, because that was quite candid sharing about your experience going through the development of your own domestic carbon pricing policies, right? Okay, we are going to move on to a Q&A session now. I have many, many questions, but I'm going to give up that moderator privilege and turn to you instead. Are there any questions in the room? Oh, we have a representative from Malaysia, please.
Thank you for the presentation. So my question actually to the representative from Thailand. Thank you for the presenting on the Thailand's carbon pricing plans. My question is on the VVBs, the validation and verification bodies. So I trying to understand. So meaning that you mentioned that the VVB is currently those who have involved that with the CDM projects before. But for the TIVR, because the TIVR is a premium TIVR that you're going to, basically you can sell it at the international level to be purchased by another entity at the international level. So how these VVBs, who's looking into how these VVBs is aligned with the international standards? So are those VVBs are based in Thailand or they are the VVBs that based at the international level? And what is your suggestion on how we could enhance more VVBs at the domestic level, meaning that at the private sector? So the reason why I'm suggesting this is for our own carbon pricing compliance. So because right now, I think if we look at the scenario, most of the VVBs are internationally companies. So I think it's good to have our own VVBs at the domestic level. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. As I mentioned that the VVB is a juristic person, they can be accredited by CDM-EB or otherwise they can accredited by accreditation body, foreigner AB or national AB. They can select. For Thailand right now, most of the VVB are accredited by National Standardization Committee or Thailand National Accreditation Body. I think this will increase the capacity building of our domestic VVB in our country, and the price is a bit lower when compared to the international VVB. For premium TIVR or CDM, I think right now it's quite similar that most of the crediting mechanism, the VVB need to follow the ISO standard, ISO 14065. So the accreditation body, they have to align with the International Accreditation Forum. So that means they have the same standard even though the CDM, EB, or other crediting mechanism, including like VERA or gold standard, they have to follow the ISO as well. So I think if you would like to increase the domestic VVB in your country, you can also encourage the university to do the document, or the document follow the ISO 14065, and then accreditation with national accreditation body. They can do the same as well. Thank you.
That's really helpful. So following existing standards, right? International standards. Dinesh, would you like to ask a question?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. So the question is to Thailand and Vietnam. In terms of developing the domestic carbon credit projects, Thailand has a long experience, definitely, and Vietnam is moving towards it. And India is also moving towards the similar mechanisms. So the kind of pricing part of it, the market liquidity part of it, we are already creating 4 different carbon credits in the market. Mm-hmm. One is the domestic voluntary, one is 6.2, one is 6.4, and another is the emissions trading scheme cap and trade. And in India, for example, it's all 4 is going to exist in a matter of few months. And therefore, the market participants aren't sure in terms of how to monetize the credits in a maximum price. Everybody's looking for a price that would make the project feasible because the additionality is very strict, as Thailand was presenting. So what is the incentive in terms of creating multiple carbon credits market within the country, as opposed to giving the right signal to the private sector to get them the best access to the technology and finance, leave the carbon credits kind of trading to the private sector to move forward, because they know the best price to get, and they should know the best access. So what is the incentive for a market that may not have a liquidity that is required? And as you said, the exchanges didn't have the liquidity because it's started early, only this year. But moving forward, the projects, same voluntary projects, there is a lot of unsure and uncertain decision to be invested on a particular project because they don't know the price movements of these different elements. In Chile, for example, they are giving 2 months to the developer to decide which mechanism they want to choose, because they themselves don't know exactly how the price is going to move. So given this, should we move towards a unified carbon standards? You have so many 500 methodologies are there in the world already. Yeah. So why we should go and reinvent new methodologies? Yeah. Why don't we even recognize VERA gold standard? They have established a process, they have a registry, they have host of methodology experts. Why are we reinventing the wheel? Maybe my question is not to question your decisions. You have a long legacy.
That's fine. I think, yes, it's more a question of why have several market options. And maybe then you can share, in your case, Thai, what made you decide on opening several market options, and similar to you as well, Per.
Yeah, thank you. Hello. Yeah, thank you for the question. I was going to say this question is above my pay grade, but I'll try to answer it as much as I can. I think you are right. There's a lot of different options out there for companies to choose from, and also we absolutely don't want to make this like a burden to companies to make sure to feel like, okay, you're obligated to go into this and that, and it's hurt the company. I think from my understanding, from our perspective, is that to have, like, let's say the national crediting program is make it more accessible for Vietnamese company to join this process and to somehow capture some of the capital flow, that which is massive right now in climate change and green growth, right? So first we want to make it fair for Vietnamese company in order to get some piece of that, or somehow learn to get involved with this, right? And then secondly, I think for Vietnam as a country to manage our NDC as well. So a lot of the existing international mechanism that's going on right now, it's hard for us to capture the whole picture of all the projects that are going on, and then how much emission that actually being reduced. So if we get more involved with this and then having our domestic system, then it would be easier for us to manage and ensure that we achieve the goals of meeting our NDC, our commitments, and also allowing companies to not make profits, but also like sustainably grow in a way that we can measure. And then there's so many different tools out there, like even for carbon pricings, you have carbon tax as well, right? So with the current environment, there's a lot of uncertainties in terms of how different markets gonna enact what carbon pricing tools. So I think it's great to have all these tools. So it really depends on your national circumstances for you to choose which one are more suitable for your country. Hope that answered the question.
Per, would you like to add?
Thank you very much for your question. I couldn't agree more with our colleague from Vietnam. There are many options that the project developer can develop, and they can choose maybe Vera or Ghost that have already well known in the market. But for Thailand, we would like to develop our own crediting mechanism that's suitable for national context, and also support domestic crediting mechanism in our country and support our NDC. So the methodology, you can see that maybe some practice is not similar, it's different from other way of practice of other mitigation measures in other countries. And the one question that you mentioned about liquidity, for voluntary scheme, I think it's quite difficult to create the liquidity in domestic crediting mechanism. If we have mandatory scheme, I think the price will increase significantly. But right now, if we see the voluntary, even though in other international market and also domestic, the price is not that much different, right? And I think for a voluntary scheme, the incentive is quite important. So in Thailand right now, we have collaboration with the revenue department to announce the incentive for project developer that develop greenhouse gas mitigation project. The selling of carbon credit, the net income of the selling of carbon credit from the greenhouse gas emission reduction project, they can get tax exemption for 3 consecutive years. This will be incentive for project developer to develop the project. Thank you.
Yeah, very sensible responses. Okay, before we move on to more audience question, I actually have a question to the whole panel. So far in your experience in implementing these domestic carbon pricing policies, what has been the largest challenge? And how have you overcome it, or how do you plan to maybe overcome it? Bob, do you want to take a stab?
Yeah, sure, definitely. I think one of our biggest challenge for Brunei would be data. Having a verified data is a bit of a challenge for us, and hence I think that's our biggest challenge. Thanks, Charis. Yeah.
Sure. Per?
Thank you. As I mentioned from the previous question, I think demand is one of the important for voluntary, but it's quite difficult to create demand in the voluntary nature of the crediting mechanism. So I think incentive will be one factor that can increase the project developer will be incentivized by the incentive to develop the greenhouse gas emission reduction project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thai?
Yeah, I think for us it would be around stakeholder engagement and also the social impact, because for us, we as a country, we still a lot dependent on industries like energy and manufacturing. So to fully understand the impact of implementing this system and then engaging everybody into the conversation and making sure that the effects should be fair and just, is quite a big challenge.
Yeah, that you're not passing the burden on to someone else, right? Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Could I know how much time we have left? I don't even know where to look. Plenty of time, I guess. Maybe I'll open it up to the audience again for one more question. Do we have any questions from the audience? No? Then I guess I can ask another question. Clearly, you're on different parts of the journey of trying to implement an actual carbon pricing instrument in each one of your countries. Thailand has experienced a lot in the last few years. Vietnam now planning ahead, and Brunei still in this stage of considering what's best for your circumstances. How do you then foresee these carbon pricing tools effectively shaping the climate action and enhancing the implementation of climate goals within your country? So how do they align with your own climate ambitions and your climate goals? We're looking at this from a perspective of this panel is supposed to be about carbon pricing instruments and their role in the system? Maybe this time we'll flip around and let Ty go first.
I think so. Even right now, as even though we still everything is still like in a plan, I think I have seen a lot of the active involvement from the private sector and also from the public as well. So I think going forward, I would think that that trend going to continue forward, which is a good thing. I would like to see private sector see this not as a burden, but like an opportunity to capitalize on it. So going forward, I think the continuity of the private sector involvement will keep going on, and it's going to help us in terms of choosing the right pricing tool for our domestic market. Yeah.
Fair.
Thank you. I think we already know that carbon pricing instrument is an effective tool to reduce greenhouse gas mitigation. So as we mentioned in our NDC, Thailand would like to explore the opportunity to engage in carbon market and also carbon pricing instrument. As you heard from Director Narilat this morning, in Thailand Climate Change Act, we also mentioned about carbon pricing instrument, including ETS, carbon tax, and also crediting mechanism. I think this will be an effective tool to reduce greenhouse gas in our country. And as we implemented T-World scheme since 2014. Right now, the greenhouse gas emission reduction per year is about 11 million ton carbon dioxide equivalent. So it's quite significant to support our country to reduce greenhouse gas and achieve carbon neutrality in the near future. Thank you.
Realistic ambitions. Bob?
So I'm actually in a dilemma here because for Brunei, yes, carbon pricing would definitely help, but in terms of Brunei economy, 97% are actually coming from oil and gas industry.
Yeah.
So if you were to have carbon pricing or carbon tax, that will definitely hinder our economic and for example, our biggest company will be Brunei Shell Petroleum. They will be afraid that if you were to have carbon tax imposed, our NPV will be negative. So hence that we're still in a dilemma on having, but definitely if we were to reduce our NDCs, then carbon pricing will play a bigger role in terms of how we could reduce our NDCs for Brunei.
Yeah, I think each country on the panel here has clear climate ambitions. They have clear climate goals, and carbon pricing seems to have a role to play to achieve that. I believe I'm standing between you and your break, so I will leave it at that. I'd like to thank the panelists. That was a great session, good slides, and even better answers. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. And thank you so much for you too, Charis. Such really amazing moderating this session. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one last panel discussions of today. But right now, I think that we will take a break around 20 minutes. Okay, coffee break is ready to serve you outside. Please enjoy your break. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our last section, which is the panel discussion on carbon trading platforms, innovations, and technologies. And the moderator of this section is Mr. Marshall Brown from the Global Green Growth Institute, or GGGI. He is working in the carbon pricing global practice as Global Program Manager of the Supporting Preparedness for Article 6 Cooperation, or SPARK program, a 5-year program providing technical assistance and capacity building to government partners in Colombia, Pakistan, Thailand, and Zambia to improve their readiness for participating in the Article 6 carbon market. So please give a big round of applause to welcome the moderator of this section, Mr. Marshall Brown.
Oh, all right. I feel like very important person, like a rock star, and a little bit like a robot with this thing taped to my face. But yes, thank you everyone for joining and staying for this last session today. I think what we've seen progressively today is the topic has gotten more and more complex. So in the last session, we had a discussion about why so many different carbon pricing instruments. Why are there so many options? What do they all mean? How do you choose between them? So this session will really take it to the next level, in my opinion. Maybe that's my age showing, or maybe, I don't know, maybe people in the audience understand digital infrastructure a little better than I do. But this will really talk about the different trading platforms, the technology options that are available on the market, and how they interact with each other, and how the countries can benefit, and how carbon pricing instruments are improved by this technical infrastructure. So the session today will have 4 speakers. This will include Dinesh Nityanandam, sorry, the Executive Director for the Climate Action Data Trust, Kichai Maitriwang from the Executive Director of TGO. We will have Nati Siprasasana from the Federation of Thai Industries, and Ms. Gemma Torres Vives from the Carbon Finance and Economics team of the World Bank Group. So I'd like to welcome all of them to the stage now with a big round of applause, please. So we tried to switch the setup of the chairs a little bit so you can see the middle part of the slides at least. So speaking first with us today is Gemma. Gemma Torres Vives leads the World Bank Climate Warehouse simulation and testing activities, including elements such as digital MRV systems, national carbon registries, tokenization instruments, and the Climate Action Data Trust. And she's been working on this area for a long time with a lot of different organizations. So she's going to tell us today a little bit about her work with the World Bank. So please.
Great. Thank you so much, Marshall. And thank you to the government of Thailand for the invitation and for hosting this very valuable event. So today's presentation, I will focus first on a few global challenges that we have in scaling up carbon markets. Also, the challenges around the policy requirements for countries to participate and how this relates to the digital infrastructure and its role to make markets more transparent, efficient, and with more high integrity. And finally, I will share some early observations from our experiences with countries. So starting with a little bit of a few challenges. At the global level, we saw that the task force of the voluntary carbon markets provided and mapped challenges across the value chain of the carbon markets. On the supply side, we have some challenges on carbon accounting, such as potential double spend, double use, double claim. At the market mechanism, there's a lack of centralized registries and databases that have all the data in one place. So we cannot really compare carbon credits and emission reduction units because they all have different formats. At the demand side, another example is that there's limited visibility of the project life cycle and clear link to the NDCs and so on. So these are some examples that were mapped by this task force in saying we need to overcome these challenges to make the market scaling up. And in this context, digital infrastructure has a very strong role in, through digitization to make it more transparent and streamlined. And I will explain why in a few slides. So these are global challenges. And as you can see, some fragmentation, some heterogeneous governance models and different technologies. And then on top of that, we have technical and policy requirements from the international community that keep fast evolving and changing. Countries are required for international reporting, as per Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and Article 13, to have a GHG inventory to record physical GHG emissions and removals. They are also required to have a data management system to record and aggregate information at the project and sector level. And they are also required to have a registry, which would do the accounting of the carbon credits. And all these requirements keep changing and keep evolving. So how we can address the global complexities and the national requirements that keep moving on? So we believe that the solution is to build an end-to-end digital ecosystem for carbon markets. And what this means digitizing the measurement and the verification of the emission reduction data, so using remote sensing and other technologies to make the verification more accurate. It means digitizing the issuance of carbon credits and also digitizing the trading of these assets. And finally, building a data ecosystem so we can see which credits have been used for NDCs, which credits have been retired, which credits mobilize different co-benefits. So I just wanted to give this quick intro before I show you a very busy slide, but bear with me on the next slide because I want to walk you through this vision that we have on streamlining an end-to-end ecosystem for carbon markets. So imagine we could have data flowing from the depth of a rainforest to seamlessly the boardroom of an executive corporation or government. This would be quite useful. So starting from actually my right side, on the physical and database layer. This is what we say that is the part where we measure, monitor, and verify the emission reductions. In this framework, we envision that we can use sensors, satellite data, also artificial intelligence to aggregate this data, and then from the physical layer, it is all aggregated at the database layer, at the national and regional level. At the database layer, we can aggregate all these inputs, emission reduction data verified by sector, by project, by different inputs to provide insights to the country and also at the region level. Once the data has been verified and aggregated at the database layer, it goes to the third box, the registry layer. And here is where, through this emission reduction data that has been verified, we proceed with the issuance of a carbon credit at the registry. Once we have created the credits at the registry layer, the registry helps us to do accounting and upload information of these credits. We want to sell them. And then at the bottom, we have also included in the transaction layer, you can use traditional exchanges, but you can also use new technologies such as tokenization mechanisms. What is tokenization? Tokenization is basically creating a digital record of the carbon credit, moving from traditional certificates to dynamic digital carbon assets. And this means that it allows us for more fungibility, more pooling attributes, and we can enable broader access to market participants. So it's not only locked to those that have traditional accounts, but anyone who can create a wallet, a credential wallet, can tokenize and sell and buy carbon credits, which were like expanding the access to the market. Finally, when these carbon credits have been sold and have been transacted, we now go to the metadata layer. What is the metadata layer? It's a global platform that is trying to solve a very critical challenge that we have today, which is you cannot find all the carbon market data in one place, harmonized, so you can check the status of a project, the status of a credit in a global level. But this is now being solved by the Climate Action Data Trust, which our colleague here, Dinesh, will talk about today. And basically what we're saying is, let's do a recap. So we started with the physical layer. Remote sensing and satellite data helped us verify the emission reduction data. We then aggregated it at the database layer. We then issued carbon credits at the registry. And finally, all this data that has been aggregated and transacted, it surfaces in the Climate Action Data Trust. And thanks to the data that the Climate Action Data Trust will be aggregating and surfacing, the service providers in the carbon markets can use this data and nurture the market by providing additional services such as ratings, forecasting, due diligence, and, for example, screening potential double counting, because then you have harmonized data that you can screen and you can analyze. So this is what we call the end-to-end ecosystem. It's the framework through which we're supporting countries and stakeholders to streamline all their systems and make these different components modular and interoperable. So any country should be able to plug and play, and we would not have these systems locked, but you can plug in and plug off depending on the needs, and all of them are interoperable. So just very quickly on the benefits, I've been mentioning them, but these end-to-end digital solutions aim to enhance efficiency because we are automating calculations. We're automating the way that the data is collected and verified. Not only that, but we are also enhancing transparency and traceability. Why? Because we can use technologies such as distributed ledger technology. And this allows to create a tamper-proof, immutable record of transactions. And we can go back and see which entity, which carbon credit, which project was transacted. And finally, it's not only about enhancing efficiency and enhancing traceability and transparency, but it's a collective action towards a standardization of carbon markets, interoperability, because right now we see a fragmentation, and it's not only at the policy level, it's also at the infrastructure level. So this work aims to standardize data models across all these components of the ecosystem that I mentioned. So we're not doing this alone. Innovation takes a village, as we all know. We're doing this with a lot of partners. We created the Digital for Climate Working Group, which is UNFCCC, UNDP, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the World Bank, together with the European Space Agency and the AIDA. And basically, we work together not to duplicate efforts, to coordinate on building these different components of the ecosystem and offer these end-to-end solutions open source to countries and other stakeholders. So how do we provide this support from the World Bank side to the countries? We do it through the Climate Warehouse Initiative and the Partnership for Market Implementation, the PMI. Pillar 1 is about creating digital public goods, open source solutions at a lower cost that are available, customizable, and any country can take them and be able to build upon it. And we provide prototyping and testing and exploration kind of processes. And pillar number 2 is through the PMI, we support countries to do a gaps assessment and a strategy. What is the infrastructure that you're missing? What is the strategy and the next steps? How to implement a national registry, how to build it. Do you need also an MRV system for Article 6, for Article 13? What is your data model? So basically, Pillar 1 is about building the global public good, and Pillar 2 is about providing technical assistance and capacity building to countries to implement this infrastructure that we are building. For countries that are not part of the PMI and broader stakeholders, we have built 4 open source solutions that are available. They are in the Climate Warehouse page. The code is there. Anyone who likes programming and can install it in their national system can try it out. We have the data management system for Article 6 reporting requirements. We do have now an open source national registry that we're testing with a number of countries in South Asia. We also have a tokenization engine. This means that through a wallet credential system, you can create a wallet and transact carbon credits with another stakeholder that also has a wallet. And finally, the Climate Action Data Trust was incubated with the World Bank, and it's a joint initiative, of course, with AIDA, the government of Singapore, and the World Bank. And Dinesh will talk more about the CAT Trust. So just to finalize a little bit of some examples and then some early observations, we are working with countries to digitize their MRV system. As you know, monitoring, reporting, and verification can be quite costly and manual process and quite tedious. And so we are supporting countries to design ways of digitizing this. And not only that, but also for RED+ sector, being able to measure the carbon stock in the forest. And how we do that? We leverage remote sensing like Landsat, Sentinel, Jetty Planet to create comprehensive maps of the forest and then aggregate it through machine learning and artificial intelligence so we can measure exactly the carbon captured, the carbon sink in the forest. This is one example, and we are hoping to prototype this soon. Another one is, as I told you, we've just built a national registry open source. We're testing it, for example, with the Kingdom of Bhutan, who will be deployed soon. And the national registry complies with Article 6 requirements. It's very straightforward, and it's a great effort for capacity building as well. The main phases for adopting the national registry from our side is we start phase 1 with testing. We collect the feedback from the country. We always ask to nominate carbon markets, policy expert, and IT experts, so we have both expertise in one. Then we assess whether there's a potential room for customization, and finally, we support the deployment to the country. And of course, we collect as many lessons learned as possible, but the truth is, that we don't have a lot of lessons learned because we're at the very beginning of implementing digital infrastructure for carbon markets, and it's going exponentially. We see a growing demand, and we are making sure to collect as many lessons learned as possible as we see this exponential increase on deployment. Finally, I'm not going to get into too much of the Climate Action Data Trust because that's the NESH presentation. Just mentioning that when it was incubated at the World Bank together with AIDA and the government of Singapore, we tested out with many governments and stakeholders in the market to ensure that the data taxonomy would make sense and would be approved and agreed by all the parties. And so, finally, early observations from these experiences. Again, we have little lessons learned, but basically, key observations are, it's very important to understand what are your technical and functional needs. And for this, we need to run a gaps assessment. Do you have existing infrastructure relevant to carbon markets, or do you need to build from scratch, or you need to upgrade the existing one? And what do you need? And based on what do you need, let's build a strategy. The second is assessing what are your capacity building needs. Do you need expertise? Do you need basically a team to implement the different gap assessment action points? The third one is assessing the regulatory and the policy requirements, because as you know, there might be some barriers that you won't anticipate when you're about to deploy a system, from data policy to security to cybersecurity to even like the regulation of MRV data. And finally, the implementation and deployment costs. So this is something that is very important to ensure a sustainable model. It's not about deploying the system, running it for a year, oh, we run out of a team that is maintaining the system and then it goes out, right? So we need to plan how to make it sustainable and how to like a 5-10 year long model that will keep evolving with the demands of the market. So I'm going to stop here. I have the tendency to speak really fast. Hopefully I didn't do it that much today. But basically, if you want to know more about the Climate Warehouse, we have a website called theclimatewarehouse.org. And then there you can find all the work that we're doing. And there's an email address as well. And I will pause here and pass it over to Marshall. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gemma. Yeah, that was a really great overview of sort of the state of digital transformation of the entire carbon market. Maybe compared to CDM days, we are in a different era. There are a lot more options out there, so we're trying to figure out how to digitize that. I want to move maybe to reference the very nice process flow that you had, I think, to zoom into one area, which is the national registry system and the national MRV. So the executive director of the Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization, Mr. Kichai Matruvong. He is currently driving leads TGO, which is Thailand's key support agency for greenhouse gas mitigation. And through MRV standard regulation and certification, carbon footprints, carbon credits, the Climate Action Academy and communication, as well as promoting carbon market and innovation. So Mr. Kichai, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to update have opportunity to update what go on for Thailand national carbon market. Okay, I like our slide. Oh, maybe we need to. Okay, I like to show you what the ecosystem of Thailand is go on. Okay, this is up-to-date data on Thailand carbon market ecosystem. So, okay, as you know, in the morning session that Thailand have very ambitious target to be net zero on 2065 and carbon neutrality in 2050. And near term, 2030, we have raised up our target to be 30 to 40%. Anyway, we try to support voluntarily to the company, especially for the energy producer, manufacturers, service providers, to understand the standard to measure their footprint, especially for the organization, for the products, even though for the events or personnel. And do promote by support everything. And now the trend goes up, especially when the carbon pricing policies are going through ESG compliance for the company, especially in the stock market. So right now we do the service for the whole group of the company. Especially this year, it's 430 company joins voluntarily to account for their carbon footprint organization. And recently, we set up the network called Thailand Carbon Neutral Network to create the demand by voluntarily pledge. This group already set the target by themselves, not by carbon pricing policy. They set up now is 91 to 92 companies. Later is 92 companies already pledged to be carbon neutrality or net zero already. And we set up the system for offset by utilize our domestic carbon credit. Is already utilized for the offset. The offset is come from what we call T-word, as my colleague already explained, is the adopt from the CDM, and we call Thailand voluntary emission reduction. It's like a domestic use. Right now we have 155 projects issue the credit already. The total is allowed 17 million tons already in our registry. We call our national registry. The total amount of the project is already over 370 projects already registered. This is start already for 8 years before. By trying to set up the carbon pricing policy voluntarily from ESG, and then now it's a CBAM CAM, and then we study on the issue, the Climate Change Act, as you know, and the new department to control, to make a more ambitious target. Next is IKO, CORSIA, green taxonomy from our bank, and green products. So this enforce the company to adjust themselves. But we need the law anyway for carbon pricing. But for us, we try to make our ecosystem to give incentive to them. To try to request for the taxation, exemption for the platform, investment promotion for the new project, tax incentive, or request and join for the fundings from like a grants project, for example. TGO as a certified bodies take care for the MRV, okay, for the whole thing, both for the footprint and also for the credit certified. which we try to promote third-party validator by our domestic developments to standardize as international one. And we start to promote the exchange through over-the-counter trade through our registry. Recently, we joined together with the FTI, Federal Thai Industry, to work together for exchange platform. It just start. Anyway, this needed to many technology to enhance. We start from the worksheets, we start from the Excel, and after this, we try to modify the platform, all the things more comprehensively. This is the Thailand carbon neutral network. That is a key because if no market occur for our domestic market, is no one to buy. So what we try to make it, we try to make a group dynamic first. To need some leader to start, but this network is start for only 2 years something before. And so very quickly, everybody move in. Private sector come to join, all industries work together. Now, 512 organizations indicate already. And we collaboration with the UNFCCC to enhance the Red to Zero initiative to set up the roadmap for the company to join, like a net zero pathway. And they set up themselves to be climate action leading organization, which are CARO. And we set up the standard. So TGO, as a MRV, a national MRV agent, we take care for the Thailand carbon credit management, and we develop the e-platform now. So in the e-platform, the number one, we create our carbon credit portfolio reporting platform to be net zero account and carbon neutrality account. By the offsetting eligible carbon credit can eligible. And another part, we have a carbon credit registry system that already modified to match with the UNFCCC requirement and Article 6 requirement. And we do operate and update it this year. And now we linked with the Carbon Credit Trading Center with the FTI. But we still have the OTC market available, connected with many banks and clubs. So talking about the standard for account for the carbon neutral and net zero. So this is true international standard for carbon footprint, either for corporation, for products, for events, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. And we open for market to offset. For carbon neutralities, we allow any credit to offset to be carbon neutral. So that events, for the event, they can do easily, but okay, for the company maybe difficult. But anyway, we approve for the, let's say, carbon neutral pathway, net zero pathway, for the cyber target and how to go that. The same thing we do for the net zero, but for the net zero, we allow only the credit of the removal, technology and nature-based solution to offset. Maximum is 10%. So this platform is already issued for this year. And we open for private sector to join on this. So, okay, that means we already have a market and try to make them, if the carbon pricing policy in by our law is more actively is action on that. But now it's just only for the voluntary base. Okay. I like to move for another thing that we already developed also is, let us say, the Article 6 for international carbon crediting mechanism. Originally, we already have the collaboration with Japan, we call it JCM project. And based on that, is so long time ago, we have a very close relation with Japan to develop the many project model at that time. Follows CDM, and we work together very good. And right now, we strengthen our JCM with Japan to develop corresponding with Article 6.2. And we plan to have a resign, like a approve for the new version of our project together. So the whole thing we continue, and the new thing we strengthen to according with the new requirement on the additionalities and new project required. Recently, last year, we have a joint development the project for the Article 6.2 with Switzerland as well, for the e-bus project. That is very success story as well. So for the international ones, the TGO is crediting MRV body for international crediting mechanism as well. For the CORSIA and others like 6A support by the grant project, we are ready to join to develop as well. Okay, so that means now we have domestic, we have international, but as you know, voluntary carbon market for the company as well as for the airline is very interesting as well. Like a VORA gold standard is come through a requirement on the company. So that is another version that my colleague Dr. Putipa already said, that we upgrade our T-World to be premium T-World because we integrate the international and independent registry together, so that if we can do our credit to be standardized for the whole things, it should be good. That means the old one we can utilize for the domestic scheme and link to the carbon pricing policy in Thailand. But for the future project, we promote them to be the international and global standard. Let's say for CORSIA, offset, like a ICAO utilization for the company, international company. Anyway, it should match with the Article 6 standard. Okay, this is wrap up what we have now. First, we have our domestic T-World long time ago, 8 years already. Many kinds allows 16 million ton. And we utilize them for some offset. Still remain the credit allow 15 million available in our registry. And for the premium T-World is already MOC allows 16 projects already. And we do promote them to do a new standard instead. Anyway, okay, for JCM, we do for many time. Now we have a credit allow 2,000 ton only for the project already issued, and we plan to have a dividend for both. We have the project to issue the gold standard and VORA as well. It's not much. It's like 3.7 million ton. And we used to be the organization to approve the project for CDM. Our project for CDM is issued already 67 projects. The total is around 15 million ton, and now it's still left around 2 million ton available. So this is supply side for the carbon credit in Thailand now. The demand side is our domestic 8 year already. It's just utilized for offset is something not much. For organization, 1.3 million ton offset voluntarily. For the products, it's just 2005 million ton. For the some event, it's very little. It's less than 100,000 individual for some. The total offset for utilized for the cancellation is just 1.35 million ton already. So that's why we do promote for ecosystem like a Thailand Carbon Neutral Network and push a lot for the carbon pricing policy to embed as soon as possible. And now we develop the CALO, Climate Action Leading Organizations, to fighting each other and try to show you what sustainability company are, right? So that is what we try to do, our domestic. In the same time, we do promote as well for 6.2 to talking about, okay, how we do a joint coordinating with the carbon credit internationally. Anyway, that means that we have to develop our very good and intricate national registry of our Thailand. So now we improve step by step to separately domestic, international, and Thai by Thai the registry system through the platform. And this is need to utilize the technologies, to learn from many areas like we are conference today. So we are welcome for your advice. And now we have a registry system that already gives the data to the COSIA to approve. So by our premium fuel, together with the registry, we submit them. And we work very closely with my friends, Federal Thai Industry, to work together for the platform. That's another issue. This is so we very worried about our registry system like a national, and we open to learn each other with our partner to develop ourselves and what we go on. Okay. Anyway, the whole thing's challenges for us is like we like to work together with the new department, climate change, and environment department to enhance and expedite the carbon pricing policy, and it can utilize the carbon credit to be offset. By us, we try to improve our standard and to utilize no question for everybody to utilize the offset. So if we can do so, it's open opportunity for the new project, especially for the very expensive additionality investment. But at the end, the whole ASEAN country have opportunity to invest a lot and open for support from another country. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kichai. I think your presentation demonstrated that TGO really is a pioneer in the region with carbon pricing policies and the carbon market activities here. So thanks for that presentation. I want to now move to Mr. Nati from the Federation of Thai Industries, and hear a little bit more about how they are working with TGO with the exchange that's been established. Mr. Nati is the managing director of the Surat Green Group Thailand with over 20 years of experience in the renewable energy business and certified emission reduction projects. He's currently the director of the Federation of Thai Industries, as well as the vice chairman of Renewable Energy Industry Club, and director of the secretary, well, two key roles in the Climate Change Institute at the Federation of Thai Industries. So, Mr. Nati, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Nati Siti Prasad. If you can see here, the Climate Change Institute, this is the latest institute set up by FTI. This is because of we see that this is a serious issue, and we need some working group to work on this issue properly. So I'm going to touch about the carbon trading platform, innovation and technology. We have developed digital trading platform, and this is what it looks like. This is the renewable energy and carbon credit exchange platform. And then I rename it to make it just short as FTIX. And the intention of this platform is to cover three markets. One is a carbon credit. Another one is renewable energy. And the other one is REC or IREC. Right now, there's only one market available on this platform, which is the carbon credit that we working together with TGO. This is going okay, but anyway, I think it takes some time to be more mature and have more liquidity. You know why? Because trading on this digital platform using blockchain technology, it sounds good, right? But actually, it's not so much different from buying, selling from over-the-counter system. You know, because of what? Because of the value-added tax. Carbon credit under the Thai law is subject to VAT. Okay? Actually, we try to be like a stock market, but under Thai law, security is not subject to VAT. It's subject to special business tax, which is what's called waived, which is waived for a long time, since the beginning of the stock market here in Thailand. So there's no transaction tax for trading in stock market. But in our carbon credit market, we have to pay VAT. They have to pay VAT. This is one of the problem. So it's not so convenient. And Pi Mu Kiat Chai is trying to request to the government, please waive all the VAT. Otherwise, at the end of the month, the seller has to issue tax invoice to the buyer. So anyway, it's not so convenient. Another thing is that you may have heard that for the seller, the revenue department waive the profit, the tax on profit tax. But
that first day.
3 years consecutively. Actually, I don't like it. So I ask you to talk to revenue department, make it 5 years, and no need to be consecutive. Okay. Otherwise, if you cannot get verification yearly, then you can get benefit only 1 year. Okay. And lastly, this we talk about seller, right? Then how about buyer? So we need the government to give more carrot to the buyer also, not only seller. So it would be possible if the buyer can use the expense to buy carbon credit as a tax reduction. Something like that we need Kun Kiat Chai to work on with the government, please. The next one is about renewable energy. This is very challenging. You know what? Because the target, carbon neutrality target, 2050, pledged by Thai government, actually is not so excited. But what excited by the industrial sectors and all the private sectors is from corporate policy. Customers. Customers say that, hey, Thai people, Thai SMEs, Thai micro SMEs, you have to meet target of carbon neutrality in the year 2035. And you have to meet target of RE 100 in the year 2035 also. How can we do it? How can we support? How can the government support to this? This is really a problem because the energy system here in Thailand is enhancing a bio system. 100% controlled by the state-owned government. Okay? So we need to deregulate. We need to liberalize the electricity system. So then we can have peer-to-peer system. We can have prosumer system, so on and so forth. Then those demander can access to the RE, electricity, directly. Otherwise would be a problem. You know why? Because so far, in the national grid, that everybody have to buy from the grid, right? 80% is from fossil. How can you answer to the question whether, let's say, the year 2030, they need electricity from RE 50%, and another 5 years, 100%. This is a key issue. Then we try to, we prepare our digital platform to be ready for trading RE on this digital platform. But we wait for the government to give a green light and change the policy to deregulate, changing from regulated market to deregulated market. Then we can answer to this problem. And last one is about IREC. Here in Thailand, actually, there's one platform allowed for trading IREC already, done by PTT company. So we are about to be second one. But that's something not a good news. Huh? This is about CBAM, EU market. CBAM said, because I asked them, the EU commissioner, we had a meeting last month, and then I asked direct question whether IREC can be used to compensate or offset scope 2. The answer is no, cannot. Because they only count on the average national grid emission factor only. If you have IREC on top of it, it's a double counting already. So this is another issue. We try to develop this to help our industry groups, but EU Commission say that cannot be used. Another issue, P. Chai, we have to work on. So this is the platform, what it looks like. We have a trading active order, inactive order, so on and so forth. Trade history, withdrawal, inventory. We have connected successfully about API with TGO already. So why we need this? We think that for this kind of platform can support voluntary carbon market with CM. We can provide accessible marketplace for both buyers and sellers of carbon credits and make it easier for them to participate or enter into this kind of market. And then we can facilitate transparent pricing and tracking of the carbon credits, tracing history and ownership by digital records using blockchain technology, reducing risk of double counting, which is a key issue. We can simplify transaction process with efficient transfer and retirement, reducing administrative burdens and costs of buyers and sellers. We can help match both of them to align their sustainable goals and can provide project information and marketplace efficiency. Asking if it's possible or not for ASEAN countries to access and utilize our platform for carbon market activities domestically and internationally. Actually, I've been get in touch with some of you guys. I don't know whether you are here or not. Some companies from Singapore, some companies from Malaysia interested in our platform, and we discussed whether what we can do together. Of course, we can do in terms of business. But anyway, please note that FTI, of course, representing private sector, but as a FTI itself, it's more like a government branch of organization. It was established by the act of the Ministry of Industry. Okay? We under the act of the government, but we don't get any dime of the budget. It's all from the members. Okay? So we actually, the NPO, non-profit organization, but we just, a couple of years ago, we just learned that we are more like a government organizations. You know why? Because somebody bring us to the court, okay? And then that court is not criminal court, it's ศาลแพ่งอะไร okay, that court, commercial court, something like that. That court said, no, you cannot bring FTI to this court. You have to bring them to administrative court. Administrative court is the only court that people or private sector want to sue the government. So this guy wants to sue FTI, and that court said you have to go to administrative court. That means we are government in that sense, because we are governed by the act of the industry ministry. So anyway, if you have some interest to join with us, we can exchange ideas and see how we can work together. And then anyway, any country can develop digital trading platform using same technology as FTIX. But the one that you just presented, that's, I think, more complicated, more, I think, maybe I need to talk to you, yes. However, using the same platform can help reduce duplication and complexity in regional trading. It is possible, technically, actually I'm not technical guy, but I can say because they asked me to talk about this. It's possible to add Forex function for any currencies. It's possible to integrate and connect registry system of each country. It's possible for cross-border trading. And it's possible for single regional marketplace. So if technically we can do this, why don't we start to get in touch and we start to collaborate each other and come up with some kind of project to work together. And last thing is about standard. We have TVer, Japan have JVer, and so forth. This is voluntary market, and it's more and more on the compliance market. Thailand also, we are about to have ETS and carbon tax, whatever. Before turning to the mandatory market, whether or not as ASEAN we can come up with kind of ASEAN standard or not, something like that. Please think about that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nati, for that explanation. I think that gives another level of depth into the situation in Thailand. And again, the financial services for carbon markets are continuing to expand. I guess we're all kind of waiting for the activities at this point, right? Waiting for the market to take off, so there's enough justification for putting continued effort into this. So maybe with that in mind, we'll zoom back out to the Climate Action Data Trust. So Dinesh will tell us a little bit about where it's gone since it was kind of incubated. So Dinesh is the executive director of the Climate Data Action Trust, or CAD, Climate Action Data Trust, sorry. He's based in Singapore. He's worked with Ernst & Young, with the World Bank, with the state of India, and has over 29 years of extensive national and overseas experience in carbon markets, GHG mitigation technologies assessments, advisory financing, clean energy strategic planning, and much more. So Dinesh, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marshall. I think it's always good and bad to become the last speaker of the day. One is that I can simply say I agree to all of them and then shut up and we can go for the drinks very soon. Or the bad news is that I have to say what I have to say. So I will say some important information which won't repeat. As I always say, anything to speak after Gemma is going to be a big challenge because she covers it all. So I have to think and then do some innovation to convey the information. And of course, you heard the excellent presentation in terms of how TGO is pioneering the market and how FTIX is connecting to make the market sense of the liquidity and how it moves forward. But Climate Action Data Trust sits in a different position altogether. It doesn't take any position on the transactions, but it enables and facilitates the much needed transparency and the environmental integrity, thereby increasing the confidence in the whole carbon market. So that's how the Climate Action Data Trust was born, as Gemma said, out of 3 years of simulation with different countries, different standards, and many countries in Asia and Europe have joined hands to see how this trust can be established as a platform on blockchain again. So this is a first of its kind effort where the government of Singapore, International Emissions Trading Association, and the World Bank have come together to establish this not-for-profit entity in Singapore. And it works to link, aggregate, and harmonize all the carbon registries across the world, independent and compliance all together. So that's the crux of how we are trying to work. And as Gemma showed the kind of end-to-end digital ecosystem, I will also show the same slide, but I'll try to give another additional message as well. In the sense that what you could see here, the Climate Action Data Trust on your extreme right but one, the kind of effort today taken by the service layer, which is on the extreme right to you, the compliance reporting, benchmarking, due diligence, all those guys, including the exchanges, as Sir was saying, like how you can connect the exchanges with the registries and all the registries can connect to the exchanges. That is the kind of ability that the Climate Action Data Trust is going to provide to all the service layer, which means today, as we speak, the exchanges who are going to connect with the registry have to connect with independent registries every time, whereas the Climate Action Data Trust will be one place where an exchange can connect and access all the registries. I think that is the kind of advantage I wanted to kind of throw open to you, so that you need not connect with each and every registry, whereas you just connect with Climate Action Data Trust and all the registries are connected to that. So that reduces the kind of resources and increases the efficiency and the transparency. The other part is in terms of how the middle layer, the registry layer as we speak, the independent registries, where are Gold Standard, ACR, CAR, GCC, etc., the country registries, both in developing and the developed registries, as well as the World Bank registries and the UN registries, can all come together and then connect so that the Climate Action Data Trust can mirror the data that is being showed by the registries already in the public domain. So we are not adding any value, we are not showcasing any confidential information in the public domain. We simply mirror the registry that is being launched and deployed by the independent standards or the country. So that is the kind of additional information I thought I would give on the same flowchart that Gemma was showing. So the same challenges, as Gemma said, in terms of why Climate Action Data Trust came into place, is largely to increase how the communication can go hand in hand to ensure the much needed transparency. We have heard about the double counting, double use, double claim. We also heard a lot of issues in terms of how the visibility of the project is not seen across the cycle. And of course, the pricing, as again Sir said, in terms of the discovery of price. So all the aspects could lead to some kind of a value proposition if you join or if you kind of understand the advantage of the climate action data trust, because largely we work on the common data model, which is basically we call it as a data taxonomy. After discussing with many registries across the world, 80 data parameter model was agreed, where you can connect your project registry with the climate action data trust. You may have 100 or 150, but the market said almost 80 parameters are adequate enough, and that was the first exercise was done, and therefore whether it's a TGO, Thailand National Registry, or Vera Registry, they can all come under the common data taxonomy and connect with us. So that is one aspect of it, and of course, as I mentioned to you, the transparency, reflecting the information of the corresponding adjustment, because very soon you will see the national registries and the UN registry have to communicate with the independent registries because of the corresponding adjustments. The interplay is going to be very, very strong. And therefore, instead of connecting with independent individual registries, the value proposition is going to be very, very visible and apparent. And in terms of Article 6, that's a long goal that we have, the long aim, the longer aim goal we have, that the moment the National Registry connects with the Climate Action Data Trust, the immediate advantage is that Thailand, for example, can have access to all the national registries that are already connected in the Climate Action Data Trust. So therefore, you can see the trends of the whitelist that each and every country has in terms of the registration of projects, the issuance of the carbon credits, how it is being used, which country is buying, and therefore, accordingly, you can modify your policy and the regulatory framework within the country. And at the same time, you have to report your NDC compliance and your Article 6.2 reporting. All that could be standardized, as Gemma explained in her previous presentation, harmonize all that and unify it so that you need not every time create a compliance report for submission to the UN. That's another benefit that the Climate Action Data Trust could provide. So again, as we heard before, it's a blockchain, and very few kind of very limited understanding is there on blockchain, but this is a kind of an excellent opportunity for you to understand the benefits of how the blockchain can enable the transparency of the carbon markets. So we are working with a technology provider called Chia Network for connecting all these carbon registries across the world on our platform. So where do we sit and why we are creating this value proposition is largely because of the supply side and the demand side expectation to achieve the much needed transparency. So as you all know, there is an Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market who have established the core carbon principles. And on the right-hand side, you have the VCMI Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative who have the foundational principles of how the buyers should report the verification of their carbon credits that they are retiring. So we sit in between very conveniently and very kind of smartly, I would say, to provide a kind of a equal platform to both the sides to showcase that how best they are basically kind of complying with the requirements of the supply side and the demand side respectively. So the benefits, I'm not going to say each and every side of the benefits, but just to focus on a couple of items here. The exchanges, as I mentioned to you, the best benefit is that they get access to all the registries for transaction. That is the best I could argue right now in terms of reducing their efforts to connect with each and every registry. Similar for the buyers and traders and the rating agencies. The most important part is for the governments like Thailand and entire ASEAN and even for the globe. How you see the visibility, as I mentioned to you before, and also see how you can aggregate your project. And then, of course, check the double counting because you have different carbon credit regime within your country, which is under your control and not under your control. So therefore, the kind of double counting aspect for any country becomes very easy once you connect with the Climate Action Data Trust. And the UN, I already mentioned to you in terms of how we can unify the reporting for the UN as such. So in terms of Article 6, as I mentioned to you, the kind of whole common data system, which we will work together with you, will enable that you speak the same language in terms of how you report your performance and the kind of activities that you are implementing under Article 6. And at the same time, have a kind of an internal check. As I mentioned to you earlier, how the whole development of the projects and the programs and the schemes are happening within your country, by comparing with other countries implementing Article 6.2. And that is largely because, I'll pick the last 2 points, is that the information, once it starts flowing, you can take several examples of your Facebook or Instagram or any social media where the information flows, the information surfaces here similar fashion in the data platform. Because the moment you watch a typical kind of a news in Instagram or Facebook, you are being targeted in terms of getting the similar messages, right? So here the messages in terms of how the data from each and every registry is being connected, you will see how it is surfacing to show you how the data is duplicative or whether it is similar but it is not same. All that aspects you'll be able to see from the features that we are trying to offer to independent registries and the country registries. And the last point, as I mentioned to you, is to see how you can track the double counting aspect of it. So the data flow, very quickly, it's on the registry on the left-hand side. To me, of course, for you, it's on the right-hand side, I believe. No, it's on the left-hand side, sorry. So then the existing registries connects to the CHIA network, the CATRUST node. And the moment it is connected to the CATRUST node, it remains there. You can control it as a national registry or an independent registry, and then publish the information on the Climate Action Data Trust, which means the flexibility is given to the registry to stop publishing if you don't want to publish on the platform for whatever reason, for the downtime, or you don't want to further be active on that particular market. Then you have the flexibility and the freedom to stop publishing data on the Climate Action Data Trust. So it's not that we will continue to pull the data without your permission. And that is the beauty of the blockchain that we always have. So we have different ways for integration for the registries, though we always promote the API integration, which again previously we heard about the API link between the FTIX and the National Registry. So it's very easy to use similar API to connect with the Climate Action Data Trust very easily. So this is a very, very busy slide, but this is the one which I mentioned to you, the 80 parameters. Why I'm showing this is because the kind of the extent of how you understand the project on the one hand and on the units on the other hand, you would always see how different it is in terms of one is static and one is always dynamic. And therefore, you can always understand how the data is talking to each other. And whether you want to further improve the data model, we are open to it. We'll be continuously discussing with you and expanding this data model also if we require. So coming to the data dashboard, we are working right now. It is technically ready. So once the big registries are connected to us, we'll be launching it live. And then you will be accessing all the major kind of independent registry to start with. This is the kind of entry point of the data dashboard, where you can see the project view, as you could see there, and also the unit view in terms of the units generated from each and every project. You have a filter feature, you have a comparison feature, you have a watch feature, which means you can select the projects which you want to watch. And if it is updating on its own, then you'll get a notification on your email. So you have a user ID password, and you can have access to your own portfolio of projects which you want to watch, compare, and filter. So how we are moving forward now, so we are working very closely with World Bank and UNDP naturally. They are supporting more than 20 to 30 countries across the world. So as Gemma said, we'll be seeing how Bhutan is connecting with Climate Action Data Trust very soon. We are also in close touch with Thailand, and then see how the TGO can connect with the Climate Action Data Trust from this part of the region, Singapore, and many other countries where we'll be connecting it very soon. So this is the kind of a plan that we have. We already have 3 registries onboarded, which you can go and see right now. It's the Eco Registry, Biocarbon, and Global Carbon Council. And then, as I mentioned to you, we are expecting Vera and World Bank registry to onboard this year. And this is the other registry standards which we are planning for next year, close to around 18 to 90 independent standards. And the national registries, again, few countries listed here for this year. And then for next year, that you also, I have mentioned about Thailand, because we hope you'll be able to connect with Thailand as well. So that's the kind of a plan we have for this year and next year. Very quick update on the governance. So we have the board of directors comprising the World Bank, Government of Singapore, and AITA. And then the council and the technical committee and the user forum, they try to work together and try to understand the issues in the market, talk to the users, understand the technical issues, and then give the recommendations to the council, and the council then gives the recommendations to the board of directors. That's the governance setup, and I'm sitting at the secretariat trying to manage the day-to-day operations of the Climate Action Data Trust. So this is the composition of the council. I wanted to show this slide largely because of the representation of the governments and the independent standards. So they provide the strategic guidance to the operation of the CAP Trust. So what we see, as I mentioned to you, we plan to launch the data dashboard this year, lately this year around COP, and then move forward to adopt the independent and the country or the national registries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dinesh. Thank you. So that actually maxed out my level of comprehension. So I want to open the floor, and maybe others as well. So I want to open the floor for questions and see if anybody would like to pose anything to any of the speakers on the panel. We have a few minutes for Q&A. I don't see any hands, but oh, okay, yes, one here from Myanmar.
Thank you, all the panelists. So many things make me very brainstorming. So as far as I understand this, the components and the application platforms are very interesting. So I feel myself, so we still need to follow or catch up your innovation platforms. And so according to the World Bank, so we need to make many combination of the data, the process and combination. So actually, I don't have any questions, just to give you our comments.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sure.
May I?
I think so, yes.
Just to share with you, actually, to my view, I think what we're talking about today is about carbon market, right? But actually, to me, the carbon credit or carbon market is not the ultimate goal of the mitigation. I think that the innovation or R&D or whatever, or climate finance, we need that for the low emission technology, which is more sustainable. But between now and then, we think this kind of tools to help us to achieve the carbon neutral net zero with the cost effective. So then I think we should focus also more on the development, R&D, and innovation. Then we can come up with low carbon emission technology that's more sustainable. That's my view.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the audience on any topics before I pose one? Maybe I would like to ask our panelists a question, because I think a lot of important, interesting, innovative technologies, platforms were presented today. But I'm curious, from the perspective of our visiting delegations and the other government stakeholders who are here wondering, do I need all of this technology in order to participate in the carbon market? Do I need to invest limited government resources in order to functionally benefit from carbon finance? So I'm wondering, from just considering what your product is or what your position is, what is the value proposition of that thing and I might pose it to the region, right? Because we're at the ASEAN Carbon Pricing Conference. What is the value proposition of your product to the region's carbon market?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Marshall. Great question. So to the question is, do you need all these components that I was showing before to participate in the markets? The answer is no, right? Like it depends on the needs that you have and also on the current infrastructure that you have in place. That's why in our capacity building program, we run a gaps assessment and we look at what is the existing infrastructure that you have. Do you have a registry? Do you have an MRV system? Do they need to be upgraded? But there are a few components that are important and crucial that you need, like a national registry and an MRV system. That's, of course, necessary. But the full ecosystem is only based on your needs, and you can sequence depending on your priorities. And that's why we recommend, through the capacity building program, a gaps assessment, and developing a strategy that sequence the importance of developing each component. And on the value proposition, we are very aware of the limited resources, the limited capacity, and that countries have their own priorities at the national level and regional level. And that's why we have been building open source technology. And the benefit of open source is that it's available at no cost. You can download the code and then install it in your national system, and you can customize it and build upon it. So it's reducing the cost of building from scratch a code, and it's not commercial or proprietary. You make it your own and you install it in your national system. Of course, it requires maintenance and it requires cost for keep it running in your system, and you have to accommodate this. But that's the value proposition: open source, capacity building program, and training materials, so you're able to learn it and run it by yourself. So, yeah,
Great.
thanks.
And maybe in order to Mr. Kichai, so what is the sort of value proposition of TGO's infrastructure for the regional governments? Or is there one to speak of?
For my idea, okay, we start from the voluntaries, MRV, to enhance the good project occur in our country as much as possible. Start from that, and our value is greenhouse gas accounting. How trust the number that emission or the credit according to the standard accepted by the parties. So if we can make sure that a number emitted or crediting that we certify is correctly approved and trusted by others, that is my value. So that means all infrastructure standard and all parties involved for the process, it should be correctly improved and make it done for that. So trusted by all stakeholders, how to make it. And infrastructure like technology is one of the factors that make it transparency, make it is good. So anyway, the core value is how to make them is happy for the project that's already done for each country to reduce the greenhouse gas. I do agree with Kun Nati that it's not only the accounting but also the real project and innovation itself for the real investment and how technology invested is very important as well. Not just the accounting, because we have to do both for how projects can reduce their costs and how innovation and new idea should be created more and more to minimize the cost itself for the carbon action, for the mitigation. But in the same time, we have to improve our accounting for baseline and how reduce the greenhouse gas accounting as well. And in the meantime, for the marketing, for the market itself, buyer and seller exchange. So the whole, we need integrity for the whole. Yeah. So we like to make Thailand have high integrity carbon credit, as well as a registry for account for the cap and trade or taxable a carbon trap. That is allowance market and carbon market is trustable.
Right.
That's my value. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. What I'm hearing is the importance of these platforms for enhancing the efficiency in the transaction process between buyers and sellers. And I'm also hearing that they help to safeguard environmental integrity, which is very important to Thailand. And I'm also hearing that Thailand's value proposition potentially to the region is that you've already done this experience. You've kind of built a registry and exchange platforms from scratch. You know how to get stakeholders involved, so there's lessons to share if others are interested. Mr. Nati, do you have a thought on the exchange platform of FTI in terms of the value proposition for the region?
Yes, it's very simple to say that we've been doing all of this because just to help members of FTI and also non-members of FTI, for them to get away with this kind of pressure from the government target, pressure from the corporate policy target, carbon neutrality target, EU100 targets, and so forth. How we can help them to do this kind of thing with cost effectiveness. I still want to reiterate this kind of thing. And then another thing is to apart from this platform, when we talk about VVB, right, validation, verification body, actually one of our tasks is to get to be VVB from the Thai National Standardization Authority. And then after that, since under ISO we can be VVB, then we can apply for being verifier for the TVER, and then VERA gold standard, so on and so forth. And then also about the CBAM, I asked EU Commissioner whether, because they say that the verifier must be accredited by them. So the question is whether FTI as a VVB from Thailand, can we apply to be accredited verifier for CBAM or not? The answer is yes, as long as we can comply with all the criteria of them. It's okay. So then we set the target to be VVB for CBAM also. Nothing much. This is just to help reducing cost of doing this kind of mitigation or reduction or even removal. And then what we need is climate finance. And that should come for the carbon capture, for utilize for storage, and also for bioenergy carbon capture. Thailand or ASEAN, we are in the country that we have so many biomass. Actually, biomass is carbon neutral themselves, right? Because all the plants, they capture carbon dioxide in itself, right? And then once we use biomass to produce electricity, then we emit the carbon dioxide back to the atmosphere. Come in, go out, so it's zero, it's carbon neutral. But if we can add the bioenergy carbon capture at the biomass power plant, then it can be carbon negative. So this is something that we are, as ASEAN, we should exchange some idea and come up with this kind of project. But we need money. Carbon capture is very expensive. So how we can get it cheaper? Variable renewable energy is getting cheap now. Solar, wind, so forth. Even with battery, it's not expensive. But we need them to be cheaper. We need energy storage system to be cheaper. Then we can get more RE electricity in the system. And then all the industry don't have to carry all much burden on the cost of the production. Then for the in terms of export, we can stay competitive. So that's the main target of what we've been doing so far.
Thank you. Okay, so what I'm taking away from that in terms of value proposition is that, on top of having done TGO, set up the whole infrastructure for carbon markets, there's a whole range of innovative ideas taking place here. So I think that's a really great opportunity for collaboration and sharing of experiences even more. So Dinesh, I want to offer you the final word. So picking up on maybe the products that Gemma presented are a little bit more development-oriented, capacity building projects and services offered. But the Climate Action Data Trust now is taking this actual metadata platform forward. What is the value proposition for our government partners in the room?
Yeah, thanks, Marshall. I'm going to be very passionate about what I'm going to respond to your question. It's like, this has never happened before. That's number one. It's not only because of that you should find the value behind it. And the kind of stakeholders who have come together, Government of Singapore, World Bank and AITA, this has never happened before again. And the third, we touch all the stakeholders in terms of benefiting from the platform. You name any stakeholder, there is a benefit in connecting it, because not only you just benefit out of it, you contribute it. So this is a kind of a give and take in terms of how you benefit from the information that you provide and the benefits you reap or the harvest from it. And the last point is that leveraging the technology to the maximum. So as Gemma said, yes, that's an option available. And it's your choice to go whether you want to use blockchain for the exchange. There are a lot of exchanges which are not on blockchain. There's a lot of national registries which are not on blockchain, including Thailand, or many countries are working on both options and trying to see. So technology as such is only for leveraging. But for me, I have already set in terms of what is offered. So whether it is on a blockchain or not doesn't really matter to the stakeholders. But largely it is going to benefit from the resource efficiency point of view, and also from the transparency point of view, and also the way that the information is going to surface in such a way that you're going to benefit from that level on an individual project level basis and even on a country level basis. So there are multiple benefits about it. I can go on and on, but it's a unique selling proposition is that you have one place where you can ensure the effectiveness of the carbon markets, ultimately to what Sir said, to achieve the scaling of the climate finance to achieve the greater ambition of reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
Great. Thank you. All right. I think we'll wrap it there. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around for this late in the day. I'm sure our MC will give us a summary, but please give a hand to the panelists for their time.
Thank you very much for you too, Mr. Brown.
Thank
a big
you.
round of applause for all the panelists and moderator once again. ขอบคุณนะคะ
So ladies and gentlemen, this is our first day of our ASEAN Carbon Pricing Conference. So I hope you have a great time together with us, right? So after this, we are going to have the welcome dinner to welcome every one of you to our conference and also to our Thailand too. So our welcome dinner is going to start at 6 o'clock at the what is called a Sky Lounge. The name of the lounge is Sky Lounge on the 38th floor. So you can take the elevator at High Zone over there. So if you don't know where is it, please ask from our staff from TGO, okay? So for tomorrow, we are going to start our first section at 9 o'clock. See you again tomorrow. Enjoy your time in Thailand and enjoy your dinner. ขอบคุณนะคะ Bye.